Hello, dear friends. I hope you've had a wonderful day. As the stars begin to twinkle in the night sky, I invite you to snuggle up and let the gentle narration carry you away. Allow the soothing sounds to wash over you, helping you unwind and let go of any worries. Embrace this moment of peace and remember the importance of relaxation and cozy dreams. Welcome to a world of calm and comfort. Story 1. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall like ancient guardians, there nestled a hidden world known only to those who sought it with pure hearts and open minds. This was the Vale of Verdant Echoes, a realm where the natural world shimmered with magic and life danced in vibrant hues. The air was perpetually sweetened by the fragrance of wild blossoms, and the gentle murmur of a crystal-clear brook wound its way through the emerald undergrowth, singing a melody known only to the woodland creatures who called this place home. The vale was alive with the rustle of leaves that seemed to converse in soft, secretive tones. The sun, dappled through the thick canopy, painted the forest floor in patches of gold and shadow, creating a tapestry of light that changed with the wind's every breath. The scent of pine and earth mixed with the subtle sweetness of honeysuckle, creating an intoxicating perfume that wrapped around all who ventured within. In this enchanted vale, there lived a young girl named Aisling. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Aisling was a child of the forest, raised by her grandmother, the wise and gentle Elder Leora, who knew every secret the woods had to offer. Elder Leora had taught Aisling to listen to the whispers of the trees and to understand the language of the birds. Together, they lived in a cozy cottage that sat at the edge of a glade, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with every imaginable color. Elder Leora was a woman of quiet strength, her presence a calming balm to the forest and its inhabitants. Her hands, though aged and lined, moved with a grace that spoke of years spent tending to both garden and soul. She had an uncanny ability to hear the unspoken, to see the unseen, and she had passed this gift to Aisling, who absorbed her teachings with a heart wide open to the mysteries of the world. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the world in shades of gold and pink, Aisling set out on a journey that would change her forever. Elder Leora had gently placed a small, intricately carved wooden box into Aisling's hands, a gift passed down through generations. "This box holds a great secret, my dear," Leora had said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "It is the key to a mystery that awaits you in the heart of our forest. Trust in its magic, and it will guide you." With the box cradled in her arms, Aisling stepped beyond the threshold of her home and into the waiting embrace of the forest. The path before her was dappled with sunlight, and the air was alive with the calls of birds and the gentle hum of insects. As she walked, Aisling marveled at the wonders around her, the way the light danced through the canopy, the feel of the earth solid beneath her feet, and the scent of pine mingling with the delicate aroma of wildflowers. Her journey led her deeper into the woods, to places she had only dreamed of. The trees here were ancient and wise, their gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. Aisling felt a sense of awe and humility as she walked among them, and she knew that she was not alone. The forest watched over her, guiding her steps with a gentle hand. As the sun crested high above, casting its warm glow throughout the forest, Aisling came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a magnificent tree, more ancient and grand than any she had encountered. Its trunk was wide and strong, and its roots seemed to drink deeply from the heart of the earth itself. The tree's leaves shimmered with an otherworldly light, as if kissed by the stars. Aisling approached the tree with reverence, the wooden box still held close. She felt an inexplicable pull toward it, a sense that this was the place she was meant to find. As she stood before the tree, the box in her hands began to vibrate with a gentle hum, a sound that resonated deep within her soul. With trembling fingers, she opened the box and discovered a small, glistening key nestled within. The key was unlike any she had ever seen. It was made of silver, and its surface was etched with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and change like the reflections on a pond. Aisling knew, without knowing how she knew, that this key was meant for the tree. She reached out and touched the bark, feeling its rough texture beneath her fingertips. As she did, a hidden door revealed itself, seamlessly blending with the tree's surface. With a deep breath and a heart full of wonder, Aisling inserted the key into the lock. The door swung open silently, revealing a hidden chamber within the tree. Inside, the air was cool and filled with a soft, luminescent glow. Aisling stepped inside, her eyes wide with awe. The chamber was unlike anything she had ever imagined. The walls were lined with shelves made from the roots of the tree, and on these shelves sat an array of shimmering objects, bottles filled with swirling, colored mists, stones that glowed with an inner fire, and books bound in leaves that whispered as they were touched. But what caught Aisling's attention most was a small, intricately woven tapestry hanging on the far wall. The tapestry depicted a scene of the forest, much like the one outside, but with subtle differences. Among the trees walked creatures of legend and myth, unicorns with manes like starlight, fairies with wings of iridescent color, and mysterious beings whose eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. At the center of the tapestry was a figure that looked remarkably like Aisling herself, holding the very key she had found. As she gazed at the tapestry, a soft voice filled the chamber, a voice that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. "Welcome, Aisling," it said, "to the heart of the Vale. You are the keeper of secrets, chosen to protect the balance of our world." Aisling felt a shiver run through her, not of fear, but of recognition. She understood now that her journey was only just beginning, and that the world she knew was far greater and more wondrous than she had ever imagined. She felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, as if she had finally found her true home. In the days that followed, Aisling returned to the hidden chamber often, learning the secrets of the Vale and the magic that flowed through it. She discovered that the tapestry was a living map, showing her the hidden paths and wonders of the forest. With each visit, she grew in wisdom and understanding, guided by the gentle voice that had welcomed her. Her adventures took her to places she had never dreamed of, the hidden glades where fairies danced by moonlight, the crystal caves where the echoes of the earth sang their ancient songs, and the towering peaks where the wind whispered secrets of the skies. She met creatures both great and small, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. One evening, as twilight draped the forest in shades of indigo and silver, Aisling discovered a secluded pond, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Beneath its glassy depths, she saw the reflections of stars, twinkling with a light that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the earth. It was here that Aisling met Lyra, a water nymph with eyes like sapphires and a voice like the song of the brook. Lyra spoke of the delicate balance of the Vale, of the harmony that bound all creatures together, a harmony that Aisling was now a part of. Through it all, Aisling remained true to the values her grandmother had instilled in her: kindness, compassion, and a deep respect for all living things. Her heart expanded with each new friendship she formed, and she learned that true magic was not in the objects or abilities she discovered, but in the bonds she forged with those around her. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Aisling grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the Vale, beloved by all who knew her. She continued to explore the mysteries of the forest, always eager to learn and to share her knowledge with those who sought it. Her heart was ever open, and her spirit was as bright as the morning sun. Yet, even in the tranquility of her guardian life, Aisling faced moments of doubt. One particularly stormy night, as the winds howled through the forest like restless spirits, she found herself questioning whether she was truly worthy of the role bestowed upon her. The storm seemed to feed her uncertainty, the lightning casting stark shadows that flickered like specters against the trees. In that moment of vulnerability, Elder Lyora appeared, her presence as comforting as a warm hearth. Her voice was steady, offering words not of assurance, but of understanding. "Doubt is a natural part of growth, my dear," she said, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of countless seasons. "It is in questioning that we find our strength." Aisling pondered her grandmother's words, realizing that her doubts were not signs of weakness, but opportunities for deeper understanding. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil within her, yet as it slowly passed, leaving the air crisp and renewed, so too did her uncertainty. The experience became a pivotal moment of growth, reinforcing her commitment to her role as keeper. As Eiling's confidence grew, so did her curiosity about the world beyond the veil. She yearned to know more about the origins of its magic and the history of its guardians. Her desire for understanding led her to the oldest part of the forest, where the trees whispered of times long past. There, hidden among the twisted roots and moss-covered stones, she discovered an ancient tablet, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Aisling felt a familiar pull, like the one she had experienced with the tree, urging her to uncover the secrets within the runes. She spent days deciphering the symbols, each revelation deepening her connection to the veil. The tablet spoke of a time when the forest and its magic were threatened by a darkness that sought to consume the light. It was the guardians, those like Aisling, who had stood firm, their strength and unity preserving the balance of the veil. With this newfound knowledge, Aisling understood that her role was not just about protecting the veil, but about fostering the harmony that kept its magic alive. She embraced her duty with renewed vigor, sharing the tales of old with the creatures of the forest, weaving them into the tapestry of their shared existence. One day, while exploring the outskirts of the vale, Aisling encountered an unexpected visitor, a traveler named Eamon, whose presence was as enigmatic as the shifting shadows of the forest. Eamon was a wanderer from distant lands, his cloak tattered and his eyes filled with the stories of many journeys. He had heard whispers of the Vale's magic and sought to learn its secrets. Aisling approached him with caution, her heart guided by the instincts her grandmother had taught her. She saw in Eamon not just a seeker, but a soul searching for belonging. As they spoke, Aisling shared the tales of the Vale, weaving stories of its magic and the harmony that sustained it. She found in Eamon a kindred spirit, someone who understood the delicate balance between curiosity and respect. Their paths intertwined. Eamon brought with him tales of the world beyond the forest, of places Aisling had never imagined. Through his stories, she learned of distant lands where the sun kissed the sea, and of mountains that touched the stars. In return, Aisling shared the wisdom of the Vale, teaching Eamon the language of the trees and the songs of the birds. Together, they forged a bond that transcended the boundaries of their worlds, finding in each other a reflection of their own desires and dreams. Through Eamon's eyes, Aisling saw the Vale anew, its wonders magnified by the perspective of an outsider. And in Aisling, Eamon discovered a guide to the mysteries he had long sought to understand. As their friendship deepened, Aisling realized that the true magic of the Vale lay not in its secrets, but in the connections it fostered between those who dared to explore its depths. She understood that every encounter, every moment of shared understanding, was a thread in the tapestry of the Vale's existence. And so, in the Vale of Verdant Echoes, where the magic of the natural world intertwined with the magic of the heart, Aisling's story became legend. Her journey, born of curiosity and guided by love, was a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom that comes from embracing the unknown. In the end, the true magic of the Vale was not in its secrets, but in the love and kindness that flourished there, a love that would continue to grow and to light the way for all who sought it, in the gentle, eternal embrace of the forest. Story 2. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a quiet child, with a heart as pure as the first snow of winter, but her world was about to be transformed in ways she could never have imagined. Willow loved nothing more than spending her days among the towering trees, listening to the whispers of the wind as it danced through the branches. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant greens and rich browns, the air filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. The gentle hum of bees collecting nectar and the distant calls of birds created a symphony that soothed her spirit. It was here, in the embrace of nature, that she found solace from the changes happening within her. As she grew older, Willow began to notice a strange phenomenon occurring. Whenever she experienced strong emotions, whether joy or sadness, the world around her would shift ever so slightly. The colors would deepen, the air would grow crisp, and the very essence of the forest seemed to respond to her inner turmoil. The rustling leaves would echo her laughter, and the sky would weep with her tears, a mysterious connection she felt pulsing through her veins. At first, Willow was frightened by these occurrences, unsure of what they meant or how to control them. She would sit by the babbling brook, its cool waters a balm to her troubled thoughts, watching the ripples mirror her confusion. But as time passed, she realized that the changes mirrored her own personal growth, a magical connection between her soul and the natural world. She experimented quietly, allowing herself to feel deeply, watching as the world transformed with her emotions. One evening, as a golden sunset painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, Willow sat beneath her favorite oak tree, its ancient bark rough against her back. She heard a gentle voice calling out to her, a sound like the soft rustle of silk. Turning, she was greeted by a wise old owl perched on a nearby branch. "Do not fear the changes within you, dear child," the owl spoke, its eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and a knowing that seemed to stretch across centuries. "For they are a gift, a manifestation of the magic that flows through all living things." Willow listened intently as the owl explained the nature of her powers and how they were tied to her emotional journey. With each new experience, each challenge faced, and lesson learned, her magic would grow and evolve, just as the seasons change and the forest renews itself. From that day forward, the owl became Willow's guide, offering counsel and support as she navigated the twists and turns of her personal growth. They would meet often, under the shimmering light of the moon or in the gentle glow of dawn, discussing the mysteries of the forest and the secrets it held. And she was not alone, for the forest itself seemed to come alive, filled with friendly creatures who offered their own unique perspectives and lessons. There was the playful stream that taught her the importance of going with the flow, its waters singing a soothing melody as it wound its way through the forest. The sturdy oak, with its deep roots, showed her the strength found in staying grounded amidst life's storms, its branches reaching towards the sky with unwavering grace. The vibrant wildflowers that painted the forest floor in a riot of colors reminded her to embrace her true colors, to bloom where she was planted. As the years passed, Willow's magic blossomed, and she learned to wield it with grace and wisdom. Her emotions, once a source of fear, became a wellspring of power and understanding. She discovered that true transformation came not from suppressing her emotions, but from embracing them fully, allowing the magic to ebb and flow like the tides of the ocean. The forest, in turn, thrived under her care, its beauty growing ever more profound. Yet, despite her growth, Willow faced moments of doubt and despair. On nights when the world felt heavy, she would wander deep into the heart of the forest, seeking answers in the quiet stillness. It was during one such night that she encountered she had never seen before, illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies dancing in the air. Here she found a sense of peace, an understanding that life was a tapestry of moments, each one a thread in the story of her existence. Within this clearing, Willow discovered a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed softly under the moonlight. Curious, she traced her fingers over the symbols, feeling a warmth spread from her fingertips, a connection to the countless souls who had stood in this sacred place before her. These stones, she realized, were a testament to the history of the forest and the many lives it had touched. Each rune, a story, each stone, a chapter in the endless tale of nature itself. Through the whispers of these stones, Willow learned of the forest's past guardians, spirits who once walked the paths she now trod, who had nurtured the land with their own magic and left behind a legacy of harmony and balance. This newfound understanding deepened her bond with the forest, revealing not just a place of beauty, but a living entity woven with the threads of countless lives. And through it all, she remained grounded in the simple joys of nature, finding peace in the sound of a bird's song, the warmth of the sun on her face, and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. The forest was her sanctuary, a place where time seemed to slow down and the world felt right. For Willow had come to understand that personal growth is not a destination, but a journey filled with wonder and discovery. Each challenge, each triumph, and each lesson learned were steps along a path that wound through the enchanted forest of her own heart, where the true magic resided. The forest had become a living reflection of her soul, a testament to her journey. And as she sat beneath the oak tree, watching the sun dip below the horizon, Willow smiled, knowing that her story was far from over and that the greatest adventures still lay ahead. The forest whispered promises of new beginnings and untold stories, waiting to be explored with an open mind and a courageous spirit. Willow felt a sense of belonging, a deep connection to the world around her, and she knew that no matter where her path led, she would always find her way back to the heart of the forest, to the magic within herself. Story 3. In a quaint little village, nestled among rolling green hills, where the scent of blooming wildflowers danced through the air, there lived a gentle soul named Lila. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her garden, where vibrant marigolds and delicate lavender swayed in the breeze, whispering secrets of the earth. Lila was known for her curiosity and her heart as warm as the sunlit meadows she often wandered. The village itself was a tapestry of colors and sounds, with cobblestone paths winding between cottages adorned with ivy and flower boxes spilling over with petunias and daisies. Each morning, the bakery's aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the crisp scent of dew-kissed leaves, creating an intoxicating blend that stirred the villagers from their slumber. The blacksmith's forge would soon add its rhythmic clang to the morning chorus, while the chatter of neighbors exchanging greetings added a comforting hum to the air. One golden morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the dew-laden grass, Lila awoke with a flutter of excitement. Today she had decided she would venture beyond the familiar paths and explore the mysterious Whispering Woods, a place that held tales of enchantment and wonder whispered among the village folk. The woods had always been shrouded in an aura of mystery, its secrets guarded by time and trees as old as the earth. With a basket filled with fresh bread and a flask of sweet berry tea, Lila set off toward the edge of the village. The path leading to the woods was lined with towering oaks, whose leaves shimmered like emeralds in the morning sun. As she walked, the symphony of birdsong accompanied her, each note weaving a melody that urged her forward. The journey itself was a tapestry of sensations. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the caress of the wind on her cheeks, and the distant murmur of the village slowly fading behind her. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a mix of reverence and caution, sharing stories of ancient magic and hidden creatures. As a child, Lila's grandmother had regaled her with tales of the Whispering Woods, filling her mind with images of glistening brooks and ethereal beings. These stories had kindled a flame of curiosity within her, a yearning to see the world beyond the horizon of her village. Her grandmother's tales were woven with wisdom and gentle warnings, painting the woods as both a sanctuary and a test of spirit. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by an ancient archway of intertwined branches, draped with vibrant moss and tiny flowers that seemed to glow with an inner light. As Lila stepped through the arch, she felt a gentle breeze wrap around her like a soft embrace, whispering promises of adventure. The woods beckoned with an unspoken invitation, its paths winding like gentle rivers through the trees, leading her deeper into its heart. Inside the woods, the air was cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy scent of pine and the sweet aroma of wild honeysuckle. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful shadows that danced upon the forest floor. Lila's heart thrummed with anticipation as she ventured deeper into this enchanting realm. The forest seemed alive, its whispers brushing against her consciousness, urging her to listen, to understand. Soon, she encountered her first whimsical creature, a tiny creature with wings as delicate as spun sugar and eyes like twinkling stars. It was a luminous sprite, known for its mischievous yet kind nature. The sprite flitted around Lila, leaving a trail of sparkling light in its wake, and spoke in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "Welcome, brave traveler," it chimed. "To journey through these woods is to discover the courage within your heart." Lila smiled, feeling a surge of warmth and courage flood through her. She followed the sprite deeper into the woods, where they came upon a glistening brook, its waters singing a soothing tune as they tumbled over smooth stones. Here, Lila met a gathering of river nymphs, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. With gentle encouragement, they taught her the art of listening to the whispers of the water, revealing secrets of the world that flowed within its depths. The brook's song spoke of distant lands and ancient truths, its melody weaving into Lila's soul. As the day wore on, Leela faced gentle challenges that tested her resolve. She navigated a maze of twisted vines that required patience and clever thinking to untangle, and solved riddles posed by wise old owls perched high in the branches. Each challenge revealed to her a strength she hadn't known she possessed, a quiet confidence that grew with every step she took. The woods were both a teacher and a mirror, reflecting her inner journey in its serene beauty. A new scene unfolded as Lila reached a secluded grove where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the ground carpeted with soft moss. Here she encountered an elderly woman with eyes the color of twilight, her presence both serene and commanding. This was Elysia, the guardian of the Whispering Woods, a figure known to few but revered by all. Her wisdom was as deep as the forest itself, her gaze holding the weight of countless seasons. Elysia spoke with a voice that resonated like a gentle breeze through the trees. "Lila, you have journeyed far and learned much, yet there is one more lesson to embrace," she said, gesturing to a pool of crystal-clear water. "Look into the depths, and you shall see what truly lies within." Curious and slightly apprehensive, Lila approached the pool and gazed into its reflective surface. As the ripples settled, she saw not only her own reflection, but visions of her past, moments of doubt and fear, intertwined with flashes of joy and triumph. She realized that her journey through the woods mirrored her inner journey, each step forward a testament to her growth and resilience. The water whispered of her potential, of paths yet to be taken and dreams yet to be realized. With the sun beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila reached a clearing where the heart of the Whispering Woods lay. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering like silver under the fading light. This was the heart tree, said to be the guardian of the wood's magic. Its branches stretched wide, cradling the sky, its roots entwined with the very soul of the earth. As Lila approached, she felt a gentle pulse, as if the very soul of the forest was alive within it. She placed her hand on the tree, and a warm, comforting energy enveloped her, filling her with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The tree whispered to her, a voice like the rustling of leaves in the wind, "You have discovered the courage to explore the unknown, and with it, you have found the strength within yourself." With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Lila turned to make her way back home. The journey through the Whispering Woods had been one of discovery and quiet transformation. She knew she would carry the lessons and the magic of this day with her always. Her heart was lighter, her spirit stronger, the forest's secrets now a part of her own story. As she stepped back through the archway and into the familiar embrace of her village, the evening stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky. The villagers greeted her with warmth and curiosity, eager to hear of her adventures. Lila shared her tale by the glow of the hearth, her words painting pictures of the enchanting world she had explored. Her eyes sparkled with the light of the luminous sprite, her voice carrying the music of the brook and the wisdom of Elysia. In the days that followed, Lila found herself drawn to a new part of the village, the library, a place she had seldom visited before. Its dusty tomes and whispered histories called to her newfound curiosity. She spent hours there, poring over maps and ancient texts that spoke of lands beyond her village, kindling dreams of future explorations. Her heart, now attuned to the whispers of the woods, recognized the same call in the tales of distant places and the adventures that awaited. One quiet afternoon, while leafing through a particularly ancient volume, Lila discovered a map that spoke of a hidden glade within the Whispering Woods, a place untouched by time and known to only a few. The map was adorned with cryptic symbols and intricate depictions of creatures she had never encountered, sparking her desire to return to the woods and uncover its secrets once more. The next morning, as the village awoke to another day, Lila's garden seemed to bloom with an added vibrancy, the flowers swaying as if sharing secrets only they and Leela understood. The whisper of the woods was still with her, a constant companion, urging her to keep seeking, keep growing, and keep embracing the unknown with an open heart. Her adventures in the Whispering Woods had not only revealed the courage within her, but also awakened a deep-seated wanderlust, a longing to uncover the mysteries of both the world and herself. And so, with the promise of new journeys and the allure of the unknown, Lila prepared to set forth once more, the luminous sprite's light guiding her path, the river nymph's songs echoing in her heart, and Elysia's wisdom a constant beacon in her soul. Her story was just beginning, and the Whispering Woods, with all its magic and mystery, would forever be a part of her journey. Story 4. In the quaint village nestled between emerald hills and whispering pines, the air was alive with tales and murmurs, much like the gentle breeze that rustled through the leaves. This was a place where each stone in the cobbled streets seemed to hold a secret, and every corner promised a new discovery. At the heart of this village stood the Curiosity Nook, a shop as intriguing as its name. Its shelves were a labyrinth of forgotten trinkets and peculiar items, each whispering stories of their past lives. The shop's owner, Mr. Pomeroy, was as much a part of the village lore as the shop itself. His silver hair and twinkling eyes seemed to hold the wisdom of ages, and his gentle smile made visitors feel as though they had stumbled into the warmth of an old friendship. The village itself was a tapestry of vibrant life, where the scent of lavender from the gardens mingled with the earthy aroma of freshly tilled soil. The villagers, with their friendly nods and warm greetings, shared tales of old, their voices weaving a rich history into the air. Each day the village bustled with the rhythm of life, children's laughter echoing from the schoolyard, the clinking of cups from the tea house, and the distant toll of the clock tower marking the passage of time. Mr. Pomeroy had lived in the village all his life, inheriting the Curiosity Nook from his father, who had been an adventurer in his youth. The shop had become a repository of the elder Pomeroy's travels, filled with exotic items from distant lands, a compass that always pointed home, a map with shifting borders, and a music box that played the songs of forgotten kingdoms. These treasures had fascinated Mr. Pomeroy as a boy, igniting a curiosity in him that never faded. Now he saw the same spark in young Lily, who frequented his shop, her eyes wide with wonder and discovery. Lily was not just any child of the village. She was a dreamer, a seeker of hidden wonders. Her chestnut hair danced like sunlight on water as she explored the shop, and her fingers traced the outlines of mysterious antiques with reverence. Her visits were a routine as comforting as the chime of the village clock tower, and each time she entered the Curiosity Nook, it was as if she crossed into another world. One crisp autumn afternoon, the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the tang of wood smoke, a promise of the coming winter. Golden leaves pirouetted in the breeze, and the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. As Lily stepped into the shop, the bell above the door jingled softly, and Mr. Pomeroy looked up from his perch behind the counter, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Lily, my dear," he greeted her, his voice as soothing as the rustle of pages in an old book. "What wonders shall we uncover today?" Her gaze fell upon the dusty, unremarkable key resting on a velvet cushion, its metal worn but glistening with a soft, almost ethereal light. Drawn to it as if by an invisible thread, Lily picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, like the embrace of a long-lost friend. "What is this key for, Mr. Pomeroy?" she asked, her voice tinged with the excitement of discovery. Mr. Pomeroy leaned back, his eyes twinkling with a secret delight. "Ah, that is a very special key indeed, dear Lily. It is said to unlock the door to things unseen, but only those with a pure heart and an open mind can discover its true purpose." Lily's heart fluttered with excitement, a kaleidoscope of possibilities unfolding in her mind. She could almost hear the echo of distant lands calling her name, the promise of adventure in every syllable. With a nod of gratitude, she tucked the key into the pocket of her warm woolen coat and stepped out into the brisk evening air, the sky painted in hues of pink and purple by the setting sun. That night, as silvery moonlight streamed through her window, Lily lay in bed, the key resting on her bedside table. Her imagination conjured vibrant images of hidden doors and enchanted lands, whispering promises of secrets yet to be uncovered. She drifted into a dream-filled slumber, the key glowing softly in the moonlight, as if keeping watch over her dreams. The following morning dawned bright and clear, the air crisp with the promise of adventure. Lily set out from her cottage, the village still wrapped in the soft embrace of sleep. She wandered through the cobblestone streets, the key clutched tightly in her hand, feeling an inexplicable pull towards the unknown. Her heart guided her steps, leading her past the old stone church, where stained glass windows captured the morning light in a kaleidoscope of colors, and beyond the bakery, where the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the cool morning air. At the edge of the village, where the forest met the open fields, Lily noticed a narrow path winding through the ancient oaks. Their leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the path seemed to beckon her with unseen hands. Curiosity aflame, Lily ventured down the path, the crunch of leaves underfoot a comforting rhythm to her steps. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, the trees formed a cathedral-like canopy above, their branches intertwined, like the fingers of old friends sharing a secret. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the distant call of a songbird, a symphony of nature guiding her way. Soon, Lily found herself standing before a grand, ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, a guardian of the forest's mysteries. In the heart of the tree, she noticed a small, ornate door, its surface carved with intricate patterns of vines and stars, as if inviting her to uncover the secrets within. Her heart leaped with the thrill of discovery as she realized that the key might fit. With trembling fingers, she inserted the key into the lock, and a soft click echoed in the stillness, the door creaking open to reveal a warm, golden light from within. Stepping through the doorway, Lily found herself in a breathtaking meadow, bathed in a gentle light that seemed to emanate from within the very earth. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, the gentle hum of bees dancing from bloom to bloom. The sky above stretched like a vast azure canvas, with a few fluffy clouds drifting lazily by, painting shadows on the meadow below. In the center of the meadow stood a small cottage with a thatched roof, smoke curling from its chimney like a ribbon of welcome. As Lily approached, the door to the cottage swung open, and out stepped a small creature, no taller than a rabbit, with a bushy tail and bright, curious eyes that sparkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," it chirped, its voice a melody of tinkling bells. "I'm Thistle, the meadow sprite. Welcome to the Meadow of Whispers." Lily's heart warmed to the friendly creature, a sense of belonging washing over her like a gentle wave. "Hello, Thistle. I'm Lily. I found the key to the door in the old oak tree." "Ah, you hold the key of discovery," Thistle exclaimed, clapping its tiny hands in delight. "It has been many moons since someone found their way to our hidden meadow. Come, there is much to show you." As Thistle led Lily through the meadow, the landscape unfurled before them like a living tapestry. They met other friendly creatures, each with their own unique quirks. There was Whisker, the wise old hedgehog who could recite the history of the meadow from memory, his voice a gentle rumble like distant thunder, and Puddle, the playful otter who loved to paint pictures with water and sunlight, his laughter a bubbling brook. Each creature welcomed Lily warmly, sharing stories and laughter as if they had known her forever, their camaraderie a balm to her soul. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Thistle led Lily to a circle of ancient stones at the edge of the meadow. "This is the circle of reflection," Thistle explained, its voice soft with reverence. "It holds the wisdom of the meadow. Here you will find the answers you seek." Lily sat in the center of the circle, the cool stones grounding her in the present, the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks like a mother's touch. She closed her eyes and let the peacefulness of the meadow wash over her, the whispers of the wind weaving a tapestry of insight. In the stillness, she heard a soft voice like a whisper in the wind, reminding her of the importance of kindness, curiosity, and the courage to explore the unknown. When she opened her eyes, the meadow glowed softly in the fading light, and she knew she had found something truly special. A sense of peace and understanding filled her heart, along with the realization that the journey itself was as important as discovering the meadow. This newfound wisdom settled within her, a quiet strength that would guide her in the days to come. With a grateful heart, Lily bid farewell to her new friends, promising to return. As she stepped back through the door in the old oak tree, she found herself once again on the forest path, the evening air cool against her skin, the stars beginning to twinkle above like a million watchful eyes. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the key safely tucked in her pocket. now more than just a trinket, but a reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to look beyond the ordinary. Each star in the sky seemed to wink at her, sharing in her secret, as if the universe itself acknowledged her adventure. Back in her cozy room, Lily placed the key on her windowsill, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon it, a guardian of dreams yet to come. She snuggled under her soft blankets, her heart full of warmth and gratitude, and drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of meadows and magical friends. Meanwhile, in the quietude of the village, the legend of the magical key began to spread. Villagers spoke of Lily's adventure with a mixture of awe and inspiration. Children reenacted her journey in their play, and adults found themselves reflecting on their own paths. The village, it seemed, had been touched by the same magic that had guided Lily to the Meadow of Whispers. The Curiosity Nook saw more visitors than ever, each drawn by the allure of mystery and the promise of discovery, seeking their own keys to unlock the doors of the unknown. In the heart of the village, the story of the magical key continued to weave its enchantment, reminding all who heard it that sometimes the most extraordinary adventures begin with a single step into the unknown. For Lily, the journey was just beginning, and the world was full of doors yet to be opened, each with its own story waiting to be told. Story 5. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind, there existed a hidden world of natural creatures. This forest, with its verdant canopy and dappled sunlight, was a living tapestry of life, woven with intricate strands of history and magic. Here, the boundaries between reality and enchantment blurred like morning mist over a tranquil pond. As dawn painted the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, the forest awoke with a gentle symphony. The crisp air carried the earthy scent of pine needles and damp moss, while the leaves rustled softly, as if sharing a tender lullaby. In this serene setting, a small community of woodland creatures thrived, their lives intricately entwined with the rhythm of the seasons. Among them was a wise old turtle named Tiberius, whose shell bore the patterns of time and whose eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. Tiberius had lived through countless seasons, witnessing the cycles of life and changes they brought. He was the guardian of the forest's wisdom, the keeper of stories passed down through generations. One autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, Tiberius gathered the young creatures of the forest for a tale. They nestled close, their eyes wide with anticipation, as the turtle began to speak in a voice as smooth and warm as honey. In the beginning, Tiberius intoned, the forest was born from the breath of the stars. Its roots reached deep into the earth, drawing strength from the heart of the world. Each tree, each stream, each creature was placed with care, creating a perfect harmony. As he spoke, the creatures could almost see the ancient forest forming, a place of lush growth and vibrant life. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees as they flitted from bloom to bloom. But harmony, Tiberius continued, is a delicate dance. It requires understanding and respect for all living things. The forest flourished because each creature played its part, from the tiniest ant to the majestic stag. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the cool fragrance of fallen leaves. The young creatures shivered with delight, feeling the forest's embrace. Tiberius paused, looking at each of them with kind eyes. Yet there was a time, he said softly, when the balance was threatened. The creatures leaned closer, eager to hear more. They could sense the importance of the story, like a soft murmur in the depths of a quiet stream. Long ago, Tiberius recounted, a storm unlike any other descended upon the forest. The sky darkened, and the winds roared with a fury that shook the very earth. Trees bent and swayed, and the creatures trembled in their burrows and nests. The young ones could almost feel the chill of the storm, hear the howling wind, and see the flashes of lightning illuminating the night sky. In the midst of this chaos, Tiberius said, a young fox named Fawn appeared. She was clever and brave, with eyes that gleamed like the moonlit river. Fawn knew that the forest needed help, and she was determined to restore the balance. The creatures listened, their hearts beating in time with the story. Fawn's courage inspired them, as they imagined her darting through the rain-soaked forest, her fur slick with water, and her paws swift on the muddy ground. Fawn sought the guidance of the oldest tree, Tiberius continued, a grand oak that had stood for centuries. Its branches reached for the heavens, and its roots delved deep into the earth's secrets. The image of the ancient oak filled their minds, its presence as solid and comforting as the ground beneath their feet. Under the shelter of its boughs, Tiberius said, Fawn listened to the whispers of the forest. She learned that the storm was a test, a challenge to remind the creatures of their bond with the land. The balance could be restored through unity and wisdom. The creatures could almost hear the gentle rustle of the oak's leaves, like a voice from another time, sharing its timeless knowledge. With newfound resolve, Tiberius recounted, Fawn rallied the creatures. Together, they worked to heal the forest, clearing fallen branches and nurturing the young saplings. Their efforts were a song of hope, echoing through the trees. The young creatures felt a spark of warmth, as if the sun had broken through the clouds, casting its golden light upon their faces. Through their actions, Tiberius said, his voice full of pride, the forest was reborn. The storm passed, and the sun returned, bathing the land in its gentle glow. The creatures had learned the power of unity and the importance of balance. As Tiberius's tale came to an end, the forest seemed to sigh with contentment. The young creatures nestled closer, feeling the comforting weight of the turtle's words settling in their hearts. You see, Tiberius concluded, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, we are all part of this great tapestry. Our lives are interwoven, and it is our duty to care for one another and the world we share. The creatures nodded, their eyes bright with understanding. They knew that they, too, were guardians of the forest, tasked with preserving its beauty and harmony for generations to come. As twilight descended, painting the sky in deep indigos and violets, Tiberius's mind wandered back to a time when he was not the keeper of stories, but a young turtle, curious and full of questions. He remembered the elder turtle who first told him the tales of the forest. That turtle, with a shell roughened by time and eyes that saw beyond the horizon, had imparted the wisdom that now resided within him. It had been a time of learning and wonder, a time when the world seemed vast and full of mysteries to unravel. Tiberius's thoughts drifted back to the present, where the forest still held its secrets in the rustling leaves and the babbling streams. He realized that, like Fawn, he had a role to play in the great dance of life, guiding the young with stories that wove together the past, present, and future. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a gentle twilight, the creatures of the ancient forest drifted into a peaceful slumber. They dreamed of Fawn's courage and the wisdom of the ages, knowing that they would carry these lessons with them, like a gentle melody in their hearts, as they continued the dance of life in their enchanted world. In the quiet moments before sleep overtook him, Tiberius recalled another tale, one not often shared. It was about a time when the forest faced a different kind of threat, not from nature, but from within. A disagreement had arisen among the creatures, each one believing their way was best for the forest's future. This story began with a wise owl named Athena, whose feathers were the color of the midnight sky, and whose eyes reflected the wisdom of the stars. Athena had perceived the growing discord and sensed the looming danger if it went unresolved. She sought out Tiberius, then a young turtle, to help mediate and find a path to peace. Tiberius remembered how Athena had gathered all the creatures beneath the canopy of the ancient oak, its leaves whispering in the gentle breeze. She spoke with a voice that resonated with calm authority, urging them to listen and understand, for in their unity lay the forest's strength. The creatures, from the smallest mouse to the mightiest stag, shared their concerns and hopes. Tiberius, guided by Athena's wisdom, encouraged them all to see beyond their differences and recognize the shared love they held for their home. It was a night of revelations, where the creatures realized that the forest was more than just a place. It was a living entity, a sanctuary that nurtured them as they nurtured it. By dawn, a renewed sense of harmony enveloped the forest as they pledged to care for their world together. This story, Tiberius knew, was as crucial as the tale of Fawn and the storm. It taught the importance of empathy and communication, of seeing the world through another's eyes. As he lay beneath the stars, he resolved to share this wisdom with the young creatures soon, ensuring that they grew not only in courage, but also in understanding. Thus, the cycle of stories continued, each one a thread in the ever-expanding tapestry of life, binding the creatures to their home and to each other in an endless dance of harmony and growth. As the creatures settled into their dreams, Tiberius's thoughts lingered on the ancient oak, a silent witness to the forest's tales. Its roots curled around the stories of the past, its trunk a testament to endurance and wisdom. The oak was not just a tree, but a symbol of the forest's resilience and unity. Tiberius resolved to take the young ones on a journey to the oak soon, to let them feel its ancient bark and hear its whispered stories. In the quiet stillness of the night, Tiberius knew that the forest was more than just a backdrop to their lives. It was a living, breathing entity that cradled their existence. It was a tapestry of stories, each thread interwoven with the others, creating a beautiful complexity that was both fragile and enduring. And as the stars twinkled above, he felt a profound peace, knowing that these stories would continue to guide and shape the creatures of the forest. Long after he was gone. Story 6. Title: The Whispering Leaves. In a corner of the world, nestled between the emerald folds of ancient hills and the vast expanse of a silver lake, lay the quiet village of Windmere. It was a place where the air seemed to hum with secrets, where the morning mist clung to the earth like an old friend reluctant to part. The villagers were gentle folk, their lives woven with the simple joys of hearth and harvest. But they all knew of the forest that bordered their home, a forest that whispered with magic and mystery. The children of Windmere were often warned not to wander too far into its depths, for within the shadows of the towering oaks and willows, stories spoke of a world unseen by ordinary eyes. Yet among these children was a boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky itself. His eyes, the color of autumn leaves, sparkled with the light of untold adventures, and his heart beat to the rhythm of a hidden world calling his name. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, Finn ventured to the edge of the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of damp moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. He breathed deeply, feeling the forest's magic tug at the edges of his imagination. Finn had heard tales of a magical object hidden within, a flute carved from the heart of an ancient tree, said to hold the power to reveal the unseen. Finn's feet, almost of their own accord, carried him deeper into the forest. The path was soft beneath his boots, carpeted with leaves that whispered stories of seasons long past. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced with the breeze. As he walked, he listened to the symphony of the forest, the rustling leaves, the distant call of a lark, and the gentle babble of a brook winding its way through the underbrush. It was by this brook that Finn first met the forest's guardian, an old woman named Seraphina. Her hair was a cascade of silver, flowing like moonlight, and her eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. She wore a cloak of deep green, embroidered with patterns of vines and leaves that seemed to shimmer with life. "Good day, young Finn," Seraphina greeted, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "What brings you to this sacred place?" Finn, startled but not afraid, replied, "I seek the flute of the forest, the one that reveals the hidden world." Seraphina smiled, a gentle curve that spoke of kindness. "The flute is indeed here, but it does not reveal this world to just anyone. Only a heart true in its intentions may hear its song." Finn nodded, understanding the unspoken challenge. "Then I shall find it, for my heart yearns for the magic of this place." Seraphina watched him with eyes that saw beyond the surface. "Very well, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination. It will change you, if you let it." With a nod of gratitude, Finn continued along the brook, feeling the weight of her words settle into his soul. As he ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the air cooler, and the light softer. It was as though he had stepped into another world, a hidden realm where time moved at its own pace. Days passed, each one filled with discovery and wonder. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to read the language of the leaves. He befriended the creatures of the forest, a playful fox with fur as bright as the setting sun, a wise owl whose eyes mirrored the night sky, and a gentle deer with antlers like a crown of branches. Each friend taught him something new, a piece of the forest's magic. The fox showed him the joy of exploration, the owl imparted the gift of patience, and the deer taught him to tread softly, leaving no trace behind. Finn's heart grew with each lesson, expanding to embrace the forest's mysteries. One evening, as the sky faded to twilight, Finn stumbled upon a glade bathed in moonlight. At its center stood the ancient tree, its trunk wide enough to hold 100 secrets. Its branches reached skyward, adorned with leaves that shimmered like silver coins in the night. And there, nestled within its roots, lay the flute. Crafted from the tree's heartwood, it was a thing of beauty, its surface smooth and warm to the touch. Finn's fingers trembled as he picked it up, and he felt a gentle hum of power resonate through him. He brought the flute to his lips and played a single, tentative note. The sound was pure, like a drop of rain falling into a still pond, and as it echoed through the glade, the world around him shimmered and shifted. The forest was no longer just a collection of trees and shadows. It was alive, a tapestry of light and color, woven with threads of magic. The hidden world had revealed itself to Finn, and he understood the truth of Seraphina's words. The journey had changed him, opening his heart and mind to the wonders of the world. With the flute in hand, Finn returned to the village, his soul alight with the secrets of the forest. He shared his story with the people of Windmere, not with words, but with music. Each note he played wove a tale of friendship and discovery, of courage and understanding. And as the villagers listened, they too felt the magic, a gentle reminder of the beauty that lay just beyond the edge of the known. In time, Finn became a guardian of the forest, much like Seraphina before him. He watched over the land and its creatures, sharing the wisdom he had gained with those who sought it. And though many years passed, the forest remained a place of enchantment, its whispers a constant melody in the lives of those who dared to listen. For Finn, the journey never truly ended. Each day brought new wonders, new lessons, and his heart remained ever open to the magic of the world. And so beneath the boughs of the ancient trees, in the heart of the whispering forest, he found his place, a part of the eternal story of life, love, and the unseen world that danced just beyond the reach of ordinary eyes. And so the tale of Finn and the Whispering Forest came to a close, leaving behind a legacy of wonder and quiet wisdom. The villagers of Windmere, inspired by his journey, learned to see their world with new eyes, to listen to the whispers of the leaves, and to embrace the magic that lay within their own hearts. In this way, the forest's enchantment lived on, a gentle reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, changed and enriched by the beauty of the world around us. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived a young Venusian girl named Lila. With her emerald skin and shimmering wings, she was as dazzling as the morning dew on her home planet. Lila's dream was to become an explorer and uncover the mysteries of the cosmos. One fateful day, Lila's space pod malfunctioned, sending her careening off course. She crash-landed on a remote arid planet called Zindri. Dazed and disoriented, she stumbled out of the wreckage, only to come face to face with a towering rock-like creature. "Who dares trespass on my territory?" the creature boomed, its voice reverberating like thunder. Lila trembled, her wings fluttering rapidly. "I'm sorry, my pod malfunctioned, and I ended up here by accident. I mean no harm, honest." The creature eyed her skeptically. "I am Rogak, guardian of these lands. Why should I trust a winged trespasser like you?" Lila swallowed hard. Because I'm lost and need help. Please, can you guide me to safety?" Rogak let out a rumbling sigh. "Very well, but stay close and do not stray from my path." And so began an unlikely journey across the rugged, sun-baked terrain of Zindri. At first, Lila and Rogak eyed each other warily, their interactions stilted and awkward. Rogak found Lila's constant chatter and fluttering wings irritating, while Lila was intimidated by Rogak's gruff demeanor and imposing stature. But as they trekked onward, facing challenges like treacherous canyons and sandstorms, they slowly began to understand and appreciate each other's strengths. Rogak's sturdy build and unwavering determination kept them safe, while Lila's keen senses and agility helped them navigate tricky obstacles. One particularly harrowing moment brought them closer than ever before. They found themselves trapped in a narrow ravine, with a towering wall of rock blocking their path. Rogak tried to smash through it with brute force, but his efforts were in vain. Lila, however, noticed a tiny crevice high above. "Rogak, give me a boost. I think I can squeeze through and find a way out." Rogak hesitated, unsure if he could trust this delicate creature with such a daring task. But Lila's eyes shone with determination, and he realized he had no choice but to believe in her. With Rogak's powerful boost, Lila managed to wriggle through the crevice. After what felt like an eternity, she emerged on the other side and found a way to dislodge the rocks, freeing Rogak from the ravine. As they embraced in relief and triumph, their differences seemed to melt away. Rogak marveled at Lila's bravery and resourcefulness, while Lila saw past Rogak's gruff exterior and appreciated his unwavering loyalty. From that moment on, their bond grew stronger with every challenge they faced together. Rogak taught Lila how to navigate the unforgiving landscapes of Shindri, while Lila shared stories of her home planet, filling Rogak's heart with wonder. Finally, after many moons of travel, they reached a remote outpost where Lila could call for help. As they prepared to part ways, both felt a pang of sadness. "Thank you, Rogak," Lila said, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Without you, I would have been lost forever." Rogak nodded solemnly. "And you, brave Lila, taught me that true strength lies not only in physical prowess, but also in the courage to trust and embrace those different from ourselves." With a final embrace, they bid farewell, each carrying a piece of the other's heart. Though they hailed from different worlds, their shared journey had forged an unbreakable bond, a friendship that transcended all boundaries and proved that even the most unlikely companions could find strength, wisdom, and joy in one another's company. And as Lila's pod soared back into the vast expanse of space, she knew that no matter how far her travels took her, the memory of her dear friend Rogak would forever shine as brightly as the stars themselves. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees themselves seemed to whisper secrets to the wind, there lay a hidden world untouched by time. Here, beneath the emerald canopy where sunlight danced upon the leaves in a mosaic of gold and green, the creatures of the forest led lives woven with the delicate threads of magic and nature. The forest was alive with the hum of life, a symphony composed of rustling leaves, the gentle trickle of a meandering brook, and the distant call of a solitary owl. It was a place where the air was perpetually fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the ground was soft with a carpet of moss and fallen leaves. In this serene world lived a wise old tortoise named Bren, who carried the weight of centuries on his back, his shell a map of stories carved by time. Bren was the keeper of the forest's history, a gentle soul who moved with a deliberate grace, each step measured and meaningful. His eyes, a deep shade of amber, held the wisdom of ages, and he was revered by the creatures of the forest for his knowledge and kindness. Bren's dearest friend was a sprightly rabbit named Thistle, whose fur was as white as freshly fallen snow. Thistle was young and curious, always eager to learn about the world beyond his burrow, and he often sought Bren's counsel on matters both trivial and profound. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples, and the leaves were painted in hues of amber and crimson, Thistle bounded over to Bren's favorite spot by the brook. "Bren," he called, his voice as light as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "The forest seems different today. The air feels alive with something I can't quite grasp." Bren, who had been watching the gentle flow of the water, turned his wise gaze upon Thistle. "Ah, young Thistle," he began, his voice as soothing as the babbling brook. "What you sense is the magic of the changing seasons, a dance as old as time itself. The forest is preparing to rest, to renew, to balance itself with the turning of the wheel." Thistle twitched his nose thoughtfully. "But how does the forest know what to do? How does it keep everything in harmony?" Bren chuckled softly, a sound akin to the rustling of leaves. "The forest is guided by the whispers of the wind, the songs of the birds, and the wisdom passed down through the roots of ancient trees. Each season leaves a gift, a lesson to be treasured. Autumn teaches us to let go, to trust in the cycle of life." As the day wore on, Thistle pondered Bren's words, his heart filled with a newfound wonder for the world around him. He watched as the bees busily collected the last of the nectar before the chill of winter, and as squirrels gathered acorns, their cheeks puffed with provisions for the months to come. Everywhere he looked, Thistle saw the intricate dance of nature, a ballet performed by countless unseen hands. As twilight descended upon the forest, painting the sky in shades of lavender and indigo, Bren and Thistle found themselves joined by a gathering of forest creatures. The gentle deer, the wise old owl, and the playful foxes all came to listen to Bren's stories, their eyes alight with the flickering glow of the fireflies that danced in the cooling air. Under the canopy of stars, Bren began his tale, a story of the first snowfall and the promise it held. He spoke of the way the snow blanketed the earth, a soft quilt that tucked the forest in for its long winter's nap. He told of the magic that lay dormant beneath the snow, waiting for the first kiss of spring to awaken it once more. Through Bren's story, a lesson unfolded, as gentle as the moonlight that bathed the clearing. It was a tale of patience and trust, of understanding that each moment of stillness was a prelude to new beginnings. The forest creatures listened intently, their hearts warmed by the timeless wisdom that Bren shared so freely. As the night deepened, each creature took with them a piece of Bren's wisdom, a spark of understanding to light their way through the coming winter. Thistle, nestled beside Bren, felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that he was part of something far greater than himself, a circle of life that had no beginning and no end. And so, in the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures continued to live in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the gentle, kind-hearted souls who called the forest home. As the first snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the earth in a silvery embrace, a quiet promise lingered in the air. Spring would come again, as it always had, bringing with it the gift of renewal and the eternal dance of life. Story 9. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 10. In a serene valley cradled by the gentle arms of whispering pines, there lay a quaint village named Brook Hollow. This village was a mosaic of cobblestone paths winding through clusters of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields that danced with wildflowers in a palette of vibrant hues. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and each dawn arrived with a chorus of birdsong that seemed to weave a spell of tranquility over the land. In this idyllic setting lived a young woman named Leora, whose heart was as restless as the brook that meandered through her village. Leora had eyes the color of the sky just before twilight, and hair that cascaded like a waterfall of auburn. Despite the peace that enveloped Brook Hollow, Leora often found herself feeling out of place, like a leaf caught in an unexpected breeze. She longed for change, yet feared it, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Leora's days were filled with the familiar rhythms of village life, helping her father in their small apothecary, collecting herbs and crafting potions that soothed ailments and lifted spirits. Yet beneath the surface of her daily routine, a quiet yearning stirred within her. One golden afternoon, as the village basked in the warm glow of the setting sun, Leora decided to wander beyond the borders of Brook Hollow, seeking solace in the embrace of the surrounding forest. The path she chose was one she'd walked many times, a trail that wound through ancient trees whose leaves whispered secrets only the wind could understand. As she ventured deeper into the woodland, Leora noticed a peculiar light flickering through the branches, a soft, shimmering glow that seemed to beckon her. Curiosity tugged at her heart, and she followed the ethereal light until it led her to a clearing she had never seen before. In the heart of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens as if reaching for the stars. Beneath this majestic tree, the air was alive with a gentle hum, and the ground was carpeted with moss as soft as velvet. It was here that Leora encountered a being unlike any she had ever known. A small, luminous creature with wings like stained glass and eyes that twinkled like starlight emerged from the shadows. The creature introduced itself as Niam, a guardian of the forest, who had watched over the woodlands for centuries. With a voice as soothing as a lullaby, Niam spoke of the magic that wove through the fabric of the world, a magic that could help those who sought change, not only in their surroundings, but within themselves. Leora listened, her heart a cauldron of hope and hesitation, as Niam explained that the forest held the power to transform, but only for those willing to embrace their true selves. Leora's journey of transformation began with a simple question from Niamh. What is it that you truly desire, dear one? Leora pondered the question, her mind flitting through dreams and fears like a butterfly in a sunlit meadow. She realized that what she truly desired was the courage to embrace change, to find her place in the tapestry of the world with confidence and grace. Niamh smiled, a gesture that lit the clearing with warmth. Then let the forest guide you, the guardian whispered, before fluttering away on a breeze that carried the scent of jasmine and mystery. Days turned into weeks, and Leora returned to the clearing each evening, guided by the glow of Niamh's light. She found herself learning from the forest and its creatures, the resilience of the trees that weathered every season, the adaptability of the brook that carved its path through stone, and the harmony of the birds whose songs blended into a symphony of life. One day, as Leora sat beneath the ancient oak, she noticed a change within herself. The fear that had once tethered her was unraveling, replaced by a growing sense of wonder and courage. It was as if the forest had mirrored her inner growth, each lesson a stepping stone toward becoming the person she yearned to be. Her transformation did not go unnoticed by the villagers. Her father, a kind man with eyes that crinkled with laughter, saw the newfound light in his daughter's eyes and encouraged her to share her wisdom with others. Her friends, too, noticed the change, and they gathered around her, eager to hear tales of her adventures in the forest. With each story she shared, Leora's confidence blossomed like the wildflowers in spring. She spoke of the magic that lay not just in the forest, but within each person, waiting to be awakened by the courage to embrace change. Her words, woven with kindness and understanding, inspired others to seek their own paths of discovery. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey came full circle. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a dance to be embraced, a journey that led not to an end, but to endless possibilities. The village of Brook Hollow, once a place she had longed to leave, became her haven, a canvas on which she painted her dreams with the colors of her newfound courage. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the starry eyes of Niamh, Leora found her place in the world. She discovered that true transformation was not about becoming someone new, but about uncovering the magic within herself, a magic that had been there all along, waiting patiently like a seed beneath the snow. As the sun set on another peaceful day in Brook Hollow, Leora stood at the edge of the forest, her heart a symphony of gratitude and joy. With a gentle breeze ruffling her hair and the soft glow of fireflies dancing in the twilight, she knew that the journey of self-discovery was a path she would walk for the rest of her days, a journey as endless and beautiful as the stars above. Story 11. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering wood, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the brook sang lullabies to the stones, lived a young girl named Leora. Leora had a heart as tender as the morning dew, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Her days were spent exploring the verdant meadows and listening to the tales the villagers shared by the fireside. But it was the dusty old attic of her grandmother's cottage that held her most cherished treasures. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced through the air, Leora found herself drawn to the attic once more. The air was thick with the comforting scent of old books and lavender sachets, and beams of sunlight filtered through the small window, illuminating the dust motes in a gentle ballet. As she rummaged through the forgotten relics, her hand brushed against something cool and smooth, a mirror, framed in intricate silver filigree, unlike any she had seen before. The mirror, though tarnished with age, seemed to shimmer with a light all its own. As Leora gazed into its depths, she felt a strange pull, as though the mirror was whispering secrets meant only for her. She blinked, and the reflection within began to shift and swirl, revealing a path through the whispering wood that she had never noticed before, a path lined with luminescent flowers glowing like stars. Intrigued and unable to resist the mirror's quiet call, Leora decided to follow the path the very next day. She tucked the mirror safely into her satchel and set off at dawn, her heart aflutter with anticipation. The forest greeted her with a chorus of rustling leaves and the sweet scent of pine. And as she walked, the path revealed itself more clearly with each step. Along the way, Leora met a host of gentle companions. First was Pippin, the wise old owl with feathers as soft as a winter's snowfall. Pippin perched on a low branch, his eyes twinkling with knowledge beyond measure. "The path you seek," he hooted softly, "is one of discovery and change. Listen to the whispers of the wood, for they will guide you." Next, she encountered Lumi, a playful squirrel with fur like cinnamon and a voice as bright as the morning sun. Lumi scampered alongside her, chattering cheerfully. "Keep your eyes open and your heart wide," Lumi advised. "The forest holds many secrets, but only those who walk with kindness may uncover them." As Leora ventured deeper into the wood, the path grew more enchanting, with flowers that seemed to hum with a faint, melodic tune. It was here she met her third companion, a gentle fox named Sable, whose amber eyes reflected the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. Sable bowed graciously and spoke with a voice that was a soothing lullaby. "Fear not the unknown, dear child, for in the heart of the forest lies the answer you seek." With her new friends by her side, Leora journeyed on until they reached a glade bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a gentle light. The air was filled with a sense of timelessness, as if the tree held the memories of the world within its embrace. It was then that Leora understood the challenge she faced. The whispers of the wood had guided her here not to confront, but to listen, to open her heart to the wisdom of ages past. She approached the tree, and with a deep breath, placed her hand upon its trunk. The runes glowed warmly beneath her touch, and a gentle voice filled the glade, resonating like a soft, ethereal song. "Dear child," the voice intoned, "you have come seeking answers, but the greatest wisdom lies within oneself. Trust in your heart, for it will guide you through life's many paths." Leora closed her eyes and listened to the voice, feeling a profound sense of peace wash over her. In that moment, she realized the journey had changed her, not through grand revelations, but through the gentle discovery of her own strength and kindness. With newfound clarity, Leora thanked the tree and her companions, who each gave her a nod of approval. The path home seemed shorter and more vibrant, as if the forest itself celebrated her return. When she reached her grandmother's cottage, Leora placed the mirror back in the attic, its surface now clear and bright, reflecting not just her image, but the light of understanding that shone within her. The adventure had come to an end, but the lessons it imparted would stay with her always. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth that evening, Leora felt a deep contentment settle in her heart. She knew that while the world held many secrets, it was the gentle journey of discovery, guided by wisdom and friendship, that made each day a wondrous new beginning. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. The echoes of the forest's whispers, lulling her into dreams of gentle wonder. Story 12. In the heart of a tranquil, whispering forest, where the trees wore crowns of emerald leaves, and the ground was a soft carpet of moss, there lay a small, secret glade. This peaceful haven was hidden from the world by a ring of ancient oaks, their gnarled branches forming a protective canopy that filtered the sunlight into a gentle golden haze. Within this glade, a stream gurgled over smooth stones, its melody blending with the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of forest birds. Here, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the earth hummed with life, lived a young squirrel named Finn. Finn was not like the other squirrels who busied themselves with gathering nuts and chattering about the latest forest gossip. No, Finn had a curious heart and an adventurous spirit, always seeking wonders beyond the mundane. One sun-drenched afternoon, as Finn scampered through the glade, he stumbled upon something extraordinary, an acorn unlike any he had ever seen. It was larger than the usual acorns, with a surface that shimmered with hues of silver and gold, as if the moon and sun had combined their magic into this single, mysterious object. Finn's whiskers twitched with curiosity, and he gently picked up the acorn, feeling an unexpected warmth emanating from it. Finn's friend, a wise old owl named Oliver, lived in the hollow of a great oak nearby. Oliver was known throughout the forest for his vast knowledge of all things mystical and mundane. Finn decided to show the acorn to Oliver, hoping he might have some insight into the peculiar find. As Finn approached Oliver's tree, the owl opened one eye lazily, the other following shortly after. "Hello, young Finn," Oliver hooted, his voice deep and soothing, like the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. "What brings you to my humble abode on such a fine day?" Finn held out the shimmering acorn, its glow seeming to brighten in Oliver's wise gaze. "I found this in the glade," Finn explained, his voice tinged with awe. "Do you know what it is?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized the acorn. "Ah," he finally said, a note of recognition in his voice. "This, my dear Finn, is no ordinary acorn. It is what we owls call the acorn of whispers." "The acorn of whispers," Finn repeated, his tail twitching with excitement. "What does it do?" "It is said," Oliver began, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "that the acorn of whispers can reveal hidden worlds and grant the bearer the ability to understand the language of the forest. But young Finn, such gifts come with their own challenges." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. The idea of understanding the whispers of the forest filled him with a thrill of anticipation. "What kind of challenges?" he asked, curiosity outweighing caution. Oliver blinked slowly, the corners of his beak curling into a wise smile. "The world is full of mysteries, my young friend. Understanding them requires more than just listening. It requires a heart open to change and a spirit willing to learn." With these words lingering in his mind, Finn decided to keep the acorn safe, tucking it into the crook of a nearby tree. As days passed, he visited the acorn often, speaking to it as if it were a friend, hoping to unlock its secrets. One morning, as the first light of dawn streaked through the trees, Finn awoke to find the acorn glowing more brightly than ever. It pulsed with a gentle rhythm, like a beating heart. Finn sensed that today was the day for adventure. With a deep breath, he touched the acorn, feeling its warmth spread through him. Suddenly, the forest around him seemed to shift. Colors brightened, and the sounds of the forest grew clearer and more distinct. Finn realized, with a jolt of amazement, that he could understand the chatter of the birds, the rustling of the leaves, and even the soft murmur of the stream. As Finn marveled at this newfound ability, a voice caught his attention. It was a soft, melodious whisper, coming from deeper within the forest. "Come," it beckoned. "Come and see what lies beyond." Guided by the voice, Finn ventured through the dense underbrush, his path lit by the gentle glow of the acorn. The forest seemed to part before him, revealing a hidden path that wound through towering ferns and past babbling brooks. The air was filled with the scents of pine and honeysuckle, and Finn felt a deep sense of peace as he journeyed onward. Eventually, Finn reached a clearing unlike any he had seen before. In its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and knotted, its branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of a guardian. The tree seemed alive with energy, its bark shimmering with the same silver and gold hues as the acorn. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door, intricately carved with symbols of nature, leaves, acorns, and animals of every kind. The voice, now clearer and more inviting, whispered once more, "Enter and discover the secrets within." With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Finn pushed open the door and stepped inside. The world transformed around him, shifting into a realm of magic and wonder. The air was filled with the sound of music, and the sky above was a tapestry of stars, twinkling in vibrant colors. Finn found himself in a hidden world where creatures of all kinds gathered in harmony. Birds of every hue sang in chorus, while gentle deer and playful foxes danced among the trees. The forest was alive with joy and laughter, and Finn felt a sense of belonging he had never known before. As Finn explored this enchanted realm, he met many kind-hearted creatures, each with their own wisdom to share. There was Luna, the elegant swan, who taught him the importance of grace and patience, and Rufus, the mischievous raccoon, who showed him the value of humor and playfulness. But it was a quiet, thoughtful turtle named Theo who left the deepest impression on Finn. Theo spoke of balance and the need to appreciate the beauty of the world, even in its quiet moments. "The forest," Theo said, his voice slow and deliberate, "is a place of wonder, but it is also a place of reflection. It is in the stillness that we find our true selves." As days turned into weeks, Finn absorbed these lessons, growing wiser and more attuned to the magic around him. He learned to listen, not just with his ears, but with his heart, and he discovered that the greatest mysteries were those that lay within. One evening, as the stars cast their gentle glow over the enchanted forest, Finn realized it was time to return to his own world. The acorn, now a steady, comforting presence, seemed to guide him back to the hidden door. Before he left, his new friends gathered to bid him farewell, their voices a harmonious blend of gratitude and encouragement. "Remember," Luna whispered, her feathers shimmering in the starlight, "the forest is always with you, wherever you go." Rufus chattered playfully, "And don't forget to have fun, Finn. Life's an adventure." Theo nodded, his wise eyes reflecting the light of the stars. "Carry our lessons with you, young squirrel. They will guide you on your journey." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Finn stepped through the door, back into his own world. The forest was just as he remembered, serene and beautiful, but now it seemed to hum with a deeper understanding. Finn returned to the glade where he had first found the acorn. He placed it gently at the base of a tree, whispering a quiet thank you. The acorn glowed softly, its light a warm embrace, as if acknowledging the adventures and lessons shared. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn nestled down in his favorite spot among the roots of a towering oak. The forest around him was alive with the symphony of night, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant call of an owl. Finn closed his eyes, feeling a deep sense of peace and contentment. He knew that the forest, with all its wonders and mysteries, was a part of him now. And as he drifted into a gentle sleep, he carried with him the knowledge that friendship, wisdom, and an open heart could overcome any challenge. The stars watched over him, their light a reminder that magic and beauty exist all around, waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen and learn. And in the heart of the forest, the acorn of whispers continued to shine, a beacon of wonder for those who dared to dream. Story 13. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a quaint little village where cobblestone paths twisted like ribbons through fields of wildflowers, there stood a modest home with a cheerful red front door. This home belonged to a young girl named Lila, whose days were filled with the simple joys of village life, chasing butterflies, listening to the whispers of the wind in the trees, and sharing stories with her friends by the brook that sang its way through the valley. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced down from the trees, Lila decided to explore the attic of her home. It was a place seldom visited, for it was filled with dusty relics and forgotten memories. Armed with a flickering lantern and her boundless curiosity, Lila climbed the creaky wooden stairs, her heart thumping with anticipation. The attic was a treasure trove of wonders, old trunks sealed with rusting locks, faded photographs of ancestors, and shelves crowded with books whose pages smelled of time itself. As Lila's eyes roamed the room, they fell upon a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled in a dusty corner. Drawn to it, she brushed away the cobwebs and gently lifted the lid. Inside lay a delicate, golden key that shimmered with a light of its own. As Lila touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt as though the key was whispering secrets only she could hear. Startled but intrigued, she tucked the key into her pocket, sensing that it held a story waiting to unfold. That evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, Lila sat beneath her favorite oak tree, pondering the key's mystery. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft rustling in the underbrush, and out stepped a small, round hedgehog with eyes as bright as polished acorns. "Good evening, dear Lila," the hedgehog said, his voice as warm as a summer breeze. "I am Oliver, and I see you have found the keeper's key." Lila blinked in surprise, not at the talking hedgehog, but at the name of the key. "The keeper's key? What does it unlock?" Oliver chuckled softly, his spines shivering like grass in the wind. "Ah, that is for you to discover, young one. But I can tell you this, it opens the way to something extraordinary." With Oliver by her side, Lila embarked on a journey that led her beyond the familiar fields and into the heart of the whispering woods. Along the way, they were joined by a pair of lively bluebirds named Pippa and Pip, who flitted about with ceaseless chatter and songs that filled the air with joy. As they traveled deeper into the woods, the trees grew taller and the air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant sound of a waterfall. Lila felt a sense of wonder and anticipation tingling in her heart, as though the forest itself was alive with magic. Their path eventually led them to a serene glade where a crystal-clear pond mirrored the starlit sky. In the center of the pond stood an ancient willow tree, its branches trailing in the water like a gentle embrace. Oliver nodded towards the tree. "There, my dear, lies the secret." With the golden key held tightly in her hand, Leela approached the willow. She noticed a small, heart-shaped lock embedded in the tree's trunk, perfectly matching the key's size. With a deep breath, she inserted the key and turned it gently. The moment the lock clicked open, a soft, ethereal glow enveloped the glade. The willow's branches began to sway gracefully, and from the heart of the tree emerged a shimmering figure, a beautiful, gentle spirit with eyes that sparkled like moonlit waters. Her presence was calming, wrapping Lila in a sense of peace. "Welcome, brave Lila," the spirit said, her voice like a melody carried on the wind. "I am Seraphine, the guardian of the Whispering Woods. You have shown courage and kindness, and so I grant you a gift, a glimpse into the heart of nature's magic." As Seraphine spoke, the pond began to sparkle with myriad colors, and the air filled with melodious chimes. Lila watched in awe as the water swirled into shapes of playful otters and dancing deer, each radiating a glow that spoke of the life and spirit of the woods. Through this vision, Lila understood the true essence of the forest, the interconnectedness of all living things and the harmony that nature strives to maintain. It was a lesson not taught through words but felt in the rhythm of her heart and the whisper of the leaves. When the vision faded, Seraphine smiled warmly at Lila. "Remember, dear child, the magic of the world lies not in power, but in the gentle wisdom of understanding and protecting the harmony around us." With Seraphine's words resonating in her heart, Lila knew her journey had changed her. She felt a newfound appreciation for the world, a deeper connection to the life that thrived around her. As the moon rose high, casting silver light over the sleeping village, Leela returned home with Oliver, Pippa, and Pip by her side. The golden key, now dimmed of its glow, rested in her pocket, a cherished reminder of her adventure and the magic within her reach. From that day forward, Lila carried with her the lessons of the Whispering Woods, sharing stories of wonder and wisdom with her friends by the brook, inspiring them to see the world with open hearts and minds. And every so often, when the wind whispered through the leaves and the stars twinkled like 1,000 friendly eyes, Lila would feel a gentle warmth in her pocket, and she'd smile, knowing that the magic of discovery and friendship was always with her. And so, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Lila's heart was full of peace, and she fell into a restful sleep, dreaming of the wonders yet to be discovered in the world around her. Story 14. Once upon a time, in the heart of the periwinkle forest, where the trees wore leaves that shimmered like polished emeralds and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, there lived a peculiar group of friends. Among them was a rabbit named Hobbles, who had the most astonishingly large ears that seemed to have a mind of their own, flapping with excitement whenever he was particularly happy. His companion was a hedgehog called Tink, who had a penchant for collecting shiny things and wore a small, jaunty top hat perched on his prickles. Their friend was a turtle named Whimsy, whose shell was covered in a mosaic of colorful stones, each one telling a different story of his travels. Whimsy could move surprisingly fast for a turtle, especially when there was an adventure afoot. Lastly, there was a tiny twinkling fairy named Lila, who possessed wings that glowed with all the colors of the dawn, and a laughter that sounded like tinkling bells. One sunny morning, as golden light filtered through the leaves, casting patterns on the forest floor, the friends gathered by the sparkling stream. The stream was known for its enchanting waters that sang melodious tunes when the wind danced over its surface. But today the stream was silent. The water, which usually bubbled with joy, lay still and dull. "What do you suppose has happened to the stream?" asked Lila, her wings fluttering with a worried shimmer. Hobbles twitched his ears thoughtfully. "Maybe it's feeling shy today. Or perhaps it's lost its song," suggested Tink, adjusting his hat thoughtfully. Whimsy, with a wise nod, said, "I think we need to find the source of the trouble. Perhaps we can help restore its music." And so, with a sense of purpose, the friends set off upstream, following the winding path beside the water. As they journeyed, the forest unfolded before them in a riot of colors and sounds. Birds sang in harmonious choruses, and the breeze whispered secrets through the branches. As they walked, they came upon a glade filled with dancing daisies that bobbed their heads as if to greet them. A peculiar sight awaited them there. A small, round-toed elf named Fidget, who was trying to coax a stubborn rock out of the stream. The rock seemed to have wedged itself in such a way that it blocked the water's natural flow, silencing the stream's melody. "Oh dear, it seems I've made quite a muddle of things," Fidget admitted, scratching his curly hair with a bashful smile. The friends gathered around, each offering their own ideas. Hobbles suggested using his ears to lift the rock, while Tink proposed shining his collection of sparkly trinkets to distract it. Whimsy thought perhaps a gentle nudge with his shell might do the trick. But it was Lila who had the most whimsical idea. What if we sang to it? Maybe it just needs a little encouragement to move along. With a giggle and a flutter, Lila began to sing a lilting tune. One by one, the friends joined in, their voices blending in a harmony that echoed through the glade. To their delight, the rock began to tremble ever so slightly, as if it was waking from a deep slumber. Encouraged, Fidget clapped his hands and added a merry jig to their song. The rock wobbled and with a final heave, rolled free from its spot, allowing the water to rush forward with a jubilant gurgle. The stream sang anew, its melody brighter and more beautiful than ever. The friends cheered, and Fidget thanked them with a grateful grin. "You've saved the stream's song. What a clever bunch you are." As a token of appreciation, Fidget gifted each friend a small, enchanted pebble from the stream, said to bring good dreams and happy thoughts. The friends tucked their pebbles into their pouches, feeling the warmth of friendship in their hearts. With the problem solved, they made their way back down the stream, their laughter mingling with the music of the water. The forest seemed to embrace them, cradling them in its gentle beauty as the sun began to dip low in the sky, painting the world in hues of pink and gold. That night, under a canopy of twinkling stars, the friends gathered around a cozy fire. They shared stories and laughter, their hearts light with the joy of a day well spent. As the flames crackled softly, they each drifted into slumber, their dreams filled with whimsical adventures and the comforting knowledge that together they could solve any puzzle the world might offer. And so, in the heart of the periwinkle forest, the night sang a gentle lullaby, wrapping the friends in a cocoon of peace and wonder, ready to dream anew. Story 15. Once, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. The village, with its cobblestone paths and cottages adorned with fragrant, blooming vines, thrived in harmony with the rhythm of nature. Yet, despite its enchanting beauty, Leora felt a longing within her, a quiet yearning for something she couldn't quite name. Leora was known for her kindness, always lending a helping hand to neighbors and weaving tales for the children in the village square. But as the seasons changed, she felt an unsettling restlessness, as if her dreams were fluttering just out of reach, like the delicate butterflies that danced among the wildflowers in the meadow. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves painted in hues of amber and gold rustled softly in the breeze, Leora wandered into the heart of the forest. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the sky was a canvas of deepening twilight. She found herself drawn to a clearing she had never noticed before, where stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the tree's trunk. Intrigued, Leora leaned closer and discovered a small door carved into the bark, twinkling with an inviting light. She hesitated, her heart fluttering with both fear and curiosity, but a gentle voice echoed from within, a whisper that seemed to come from the very soul of the forest. "Only those who seek change may enter," it murmured. Taking a deep breath, Leora pushed open the tiny door and stepped inside, her heart pounding like a drum. She found herself in a cozy, warm chamber, lit by the soft glow of floating orbs that filled the air with a gentle, golden light. The walls were lined with shelves holding ancient books and curious trinkets, and in the center, a crackling fireplace cast dancing shadows across the room. A small, wise-looking fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that sparkled like stars sat by the hearth. "Welcome, dear one," the fox said in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Solana, the keeper of this sacred space. You have come seeking answers, have you not?" Leora nodded, her voice caught somewhere between wonder and disbelief. "I have felt so lost, as if there's a part of me waiting to awaken," she confessed. Solana nodded understandingly. "Every soul carries within it the seeds of transformation, Leora. But growth requires courage and the willingness to step into the unknown. What you seek is already within you, waiting to be nurtured." Over the following weeks, Leora visited Solana often, and with each visit, she learned more about herself and the world around her. Solana taught her to listen to the wind, to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet, and to see the magic in the everyday moments. Leora discovered that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life, like the turning of the seasons. One afternoon, Solana presented her with a delicate, shimmering seed. "This is a reflection of your journey, Leora," the fox explained. "Plant it, and let it remind you of the beauty in growth." Leora took the seed and planted it near the ancient oak, where sunlight dappled the forest floor. Every day she tended to it, watching as it sprouted and unfurled into a magnificent, vibrant blossom, its petals shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. The flower became a symbol of her own transformation, a testament to the strength she found within. As time passed, Leora's heart felt lighter, her spirit more at peace. She realized that change was not an end but a beginning, a journey of continuous discovery. With the support of Solana and the magic of the forest, she had learned to embrace her true self, to dance with the butterflies and sing with the wind. And so, in the quiet embrace of the forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Leora found her place in the world. She returned to the village with a newfound sense of purpose and shared her wisdom with others, knowing that the seeds of transformation were within each of them, waiting for the right moment to bloom. As the years went by, the village flourished, its people inspired by Leora's journey. They too learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the earth, finding magic in the simple joys of life. And though the seasons continued to change, the spirit of the village remained ever constant, a haven of warmth and wonder, where dreams took flight and every heart found its home. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves sang gentle lullabies and the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming moonflowers, lay the quaint village of Willow. The village was known for its charming cottages with thatched roofs and cobblestone paths that wound like gentle streams through fields of lavender and wild thyme. It was a place where laughter mingled with bird song, and the villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the wood their home. One morning, as the sun painted the horizon with soft hues of pink and gold, a peculiar thing happened in Willow. The village's well, renowned for its crystal-clear water that sparkled like diamonds, began to whisper. At first it was a gentle murmur, like the rustle of silk, but soon it grew into a chorus of faint voices that echoed through the square, leaving the villagers in a state of puzzlement and wonder. The well, long believed to be enchanted, had never spoken before. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of curiosity and concern. Among them was a wise old herbalist named Thistle, known for her knowledge of the wood's secrets and her gentle heart. Her hair was a cascade of silver, and her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many years. Thistle approached the well, her steps as soft as the sigh of the breeze. She leaned in, listening intently to the whispers that seemed to rise from the depths of the earth. After a moment, she turned to the gathered villagers. "It seems the well is trying to tell us something," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "but we must listen carefully to understand its message." The villagers nodded, trusting Thistle's wisdom. Among them was a young apprentice named Rowan, eager and bright-eyed, always ready to learn from Thistle's teachings. Rowan had a knack for noticing details others might miss, a gift that often proved invaluable in their herbalist duties. As the day wore on, Rowan decided to investigate the mystery of the Whispering Well. With Thistle's blessing, Rowan set off through the Whispering Wood, hoping to find clues that could unravel the curious occurrence. The wood was alive with magic and wonder. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle hum of life surrounded Rowan like a comforting embrace. As Rowan wandered deeper into the wood, they came across a clearing where a circle of mushrooms, known to the villagers as a fairy ring, stood in perfect formation. It was said that fairy rings were places of enchantment, and Rowan knew that sometimes the most unexpected answers could be found in such magical places. Seated beside the fairy ring was an old tortoise named Elder Moss, a creature revered in the wood for his ancient wisdom and gentle humor. His shell was a tapestry of moss and tiny flowers, and his eyes, though slow to blink, held a depth of knowledge that seemed to span centuries. "Ah, young Rowan," Elder Moss greeted with a slow, deliberate nod. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine day?" Rowan explained the mystery of the Whispering Well, describing the voices that floated up like echoes from a distant world. Elder Moss listened patiently, the corners of his mouth curving into a thoughtful smile. "It is said," began Elder Moss in his deep, rumbling voice, "that the well is a gateway to the heart of the earth, where the waters share stories with those who listen. Perhaps it is not the well itself that whispers, but the echoes of voices that once spoke to it." Rowan pondered this, feeling a flicker of understanding. But why would the well start whispering now, after so many years of silence? Elder Moss chuckled softly, a sound like stones rolling gently over each other. "Ah, that is the mystery, is it not? Sometimes the earth has her reasons, and it is up to us to seek her guidance." With Elder Moss's words in mind, Rowan thanked the wise tortoise and continued their journey through the wood. The path led them to the banks of the Crystal Brook, a shimmering stream that wound its way through the heart of the forest, its waters singing a melody of clarity and purity. Here, Rowan met a family of sprightly water sprites, their forms glistening like droplets of dew in the sunlight. Known for their playful nature and love of riddles, the sprites often hid secrets within their games. "Rowan! Rowan!" they chimed in unison, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. "Have you come to play with us?" Rowan smiled, knowing well the sprites' fondness for mischief. "I seek answers, dear sprites. Can you tell me why the well has begun to whisper?" The sprites exchanged gleeful glances before one of them, a sprite with hair like spun silver, spoke up. The well, it speaks of time, of stories told in ancient rhyme. Listen close, listen near, the answer's hidden in what you hear." Rowan considered this riddle, understanding that the sprites rarely gave straightforward answers, but always pointed in the right direction. With a nod of gratitude, Rowan continued along the brook, their mind turning over the sprites' words like a puzzle box. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Rowan returned to Willowbrook. The village was bathed in the soft glow of lantern light, and the air was filled with the soothing hum of evening chatter. Thistle awaited Rowan's return, her eyes warm with welcome. "Did you find any answers, dear Rowan?" she asked, offering a cup of chamomile tea, its aroma a balm for the senses. Rowan recounted the encounters with Elder Moss and the water sprites, sharing the riddles and wisdom they had gathered. Thistle listened with a thoughtful expression, her fingers tapping gently against the worn wood of her staff. "The well speaks of stories, of time and echoes," Rowan concluded. "But how do we understand its message?" Thistle considered for a moment, then smiled gently. "Perhaps the well wishes us to remember, to honor the stories of our past. It may be reminding us of the wisdom we hold within our own hearts." The villagers who had gathered to listen nodded in agreement. Inspired by Thistle's insight, they decided to come together to share their stories, each one a thread in the tapestry of Willowbrook's history. As the evening unfolded, the village square transformed into a cozy haven of warmth and camaraderie. Under the twinkling stars, the villagers shared tales of old, stories of friendship and courage, of lessons learned and kindness given. The well, listening to the voices that rose like a gentle chorus, fell silent once more, its whispers having fulfilled their purpose. The villagers understood now that the well had reminded them of the importance of their shared history, of the bonds that tied them together in kinship and love. And so, as the night deepened and the fireflies danced among the moonflowers, Willowbrook nestled into the embrace of the whispering wood, its heart full of stories and its soul at peace. As the villagers drifted to sleep, their dreams were filled with the magic of the wood, the whispers of the well, and the gentle wisdom of a world where challenges were met with kindness and mysteries unraveled with the light of understanding. And in the morning, when the first light kissed the treetops, the village awoke with a renewed sense of harmony, grateful for the whispers that had reminded them of the stories held dear in their hearts. Story 17. In the heart of a lush evergreen forest where sunlight dripped like molten gold through the canopy, there lay a quaint little village named Willow Bend. This village was known for its charming cottages, each with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed soft tendrils of smoke, mingling with the morning mist. The villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures of the forest, gentle, wise beings who shared their knowledge and wonders with the people. Among the villagers was a young and curious girl named Leela. With her chestnut hair tied back in a ribbon and eyes as bright as the summer sky, she had a knack for noticing things others might overlook. Lila loved nothing more than ambling through the woods, where she would often encounter her dear friend Whisk, a small fluffy fox with a coat of silver and a tail that swirled like a tuft of cloud. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blazed in hues of amber and scarlet, Lila set out on her usual walk with Whisk by her side. The forest felt different that day. The air was tinged with a peculiar hush, and the birds seemed to hold their songs. Whisk's ears twitched, and he tilted his head, signaling to Lila that something was amiss. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came across a peculiar sight. A circle of mushrooms, larger than any they had seen before, had sprung up overnight in a perfect ring. The mushrooms glowed with a faint luminescence, casting a gentle light upon the forest floor. Lila knelt to inspect them, her fingers brushing the soft, velvety caps. Whisk sniffed the air, his nose twitching with curiosity. "This is strange indeed, Whisk," Lila murmured. "I've never seen mushrooms like these. I wonder if they have something to tell us." Just then, a soft rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Out stepped an elderly owl, her feathers a patchwork of browns and whites, eyes wise and knowing. Her name was Elder Hoot, the sage of the forest, who was known to offer guidance to those who sought it. "Elder Hoot," Lila exclaimed, "do you know what these mushrooms mean?" The owl blinked slowly, her gaze gentle. "Ah, the circle of whispers," she hooted softly. "It appears only when the forest seeks to share its secrets. But this circle is larger than any I've seen. There is indeed a mystery afoot." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement. "How do we uncover the secret, Elder Hoot?" "Listen closely, child," Elder Hoot advised. "The forest speaks in its own way. Observe and listen, for the answer lies within the whispers of the trees." With a wise nod, the owl spread her wings and took flight, leaving Lila and Whisk to ponder her words. Determined to unravel the mystery, Lila decided to return to the village and gather supplies for their investigation. Back in Willow Bend, the villagers were bustling about their daily tasks. Lila shared her discovery with her grandmother, a gentle woman with a twinkle in her eye and a talent for herbal remedies. Her grandmother listened intently, then handed Lila a small pouch filled with dried herbs. "These herbs may help you see more clearly," her grandmother said with a knowing smile. "Burn them near the circle and see what the smoke reveals." With the pouch safely tucked into her satchel, Lila and Whisk hurried back to the forest. As the afternoon sun bathed the woods in a warm glow, they reached the circle of whispers once more. Lila sprinkled the herbs onto a patch of dry leaves and struck a match. The herbs crackled to life, releasing a fragrant smoke that spiraled into the air. As the smoke wove through the air, the whispers of the forest grew louder, forming words that danced around Lila and Whisk. It was then that they heard a soft, melodic voice, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Follow the path where the moonlight falls, to find the heart of the forest calls." Lila and Whisk exchanged a glance, their resolve strengthened. They waited until dusk, when the moon began to rise, casting silver beams through the branches. Guided by the moonlight, they followed the path deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air felt alive with magic. After a time, they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a sparkling stream gurgled softly. At the heart of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its roots entwined with the earth like the fingers of an old friend. Beneath its boughs sat a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen, a gentle, shimmering being with skin that glistened like dew and eyes that gleamed with kindness. "Welcome, Lila and Whisk," the creature spoke, its voice a harmonious blend of song and laughter. "I am the guardian of the heartwood, the keeper of the forest's secrets." Lila felt a warmth spreading through her, as if she were wrapped in a soft, comforting blanket. "We've come to understand the mystery of the Circle of Whispers," she explained. The guardian nodded knowingly. "The forest has been restless because it sensed a change, a shift in the balance of magic. The mushrooms were its way of calling for help to ensure that harmony is maintained." Lila listened intently, absorbing the gentle wisdom of the guardian. "How can we help restore the balance?" "The answer lies in the unity of the forest and its people," the guardian replied. "A simple act of kindness, a connection between the magical and the mundane, can mend what is fraying." Understanding dawned on Lila. She and Whisk decided to organize a gathering in the village, where the villagers and the magical creatures would come together to celebrate their shared home. They planned a festival of light and song, where stories would be told, and laughter would echo through the trees. The night of the festival arrived, and the village was aglow with lanterns, their warm light flickering like stars fallen to earth. The air was filled with the scent of baked goods and the sound of cheerful music. Villagers and magical creatures mingled, sharing stories and laughter, and the forest seemed to hum with contentment. As the festivities drew to a close, Lila stood beneath the ancient oak, where the guardian appeared once more. "Thank you, Lila," the guardian said softly. "Through your kindness and understanding, the balance has been restored." Lila smiled, feeling a sense of peace and fulfillment. The mystery had been solved not through grand gestures, but through simple acts of friendship and love, and the forest was at peace once more. As Lila and Whisk made their way home under the starry sky, they felt a deep connection to the world around them, knowing that they were part of something much greater, a magical tapestry woven from the threads of unity and kindness. And so, with hearts full and spirits light, they returned to Willow Bend, where dreams awaited them, nestled beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. Story 18. In a secluded corner of the world, cradled by the gentle arms of towering oaks and whispering pines, lay the forest of Verdantia. This forest was unlike any other, for it was alive with an ancient magic that ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of nature itself. Here, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. As the first blush of dawn crept over the horizon, the forest stirred to life. Dewdrops clung to the tips of moss-laden branches, shimmering like tiny jewels in the soft morning light. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy musk of rich, damp soil. Birds trilled their morning songs, their melodies weaving through the canopy like a gentle lullaby. In the heart of the forest, nestled in a glade carpeted with soft ferns and dappled with sunlight, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was adorned with intricate patterns that told the stories of the forest's past, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Though slow in pace, Thistle was known for his quick wits and gentle heart, and the creatures of Verdantia often sought his counsel. One crisp autumn morning, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered into the glade, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Thistle! Thistle!" he chattered, his eyes wide with wonder. "The colors in the sky, they're changing in the most peculiar way." Thistle, who had been enjoying the warmth of a sunbeam, blinked slowly and turned his gaze skyward. Indeed, the sky was a canvas of swirling hues, painted with shades of gold, crimson, and violet. It was the time of the tidal aurora, a magical phenomenon that marked the changing of the seasons in Verdantia. "Ah, the tidal aurora," Thistle murmured, a smile playing on his lips. "It is the dance of the seasons, young Pippin, a reminder that change is a part of life, and that every ending is but a new beginning." Pippin perched on a nearby rock, his curiosity piqued. "But why does it happen, Thistle? What does it mean?" Thistle settled himself more comfortably, the sun warming his shell as he began to share the tale passed down through generations. Long ago, when the world was still young, the spirit of the seasons sought to bring balance to the land. Each season was given its own time to flourish, but they often quarreled over who was more important. The winter spirit, with her cloak of snow, believed she brought clarity and rest. Spring, with her blossoms and new life, argued for renewal. Summer, with her abundance and warmth, boasted of growth, while autumn, with his harvest and colors, spoke of reflection and preparation. Pippin listened intently, his eyes wide as he imagined the spirits in their splendor. "And what happened then?" he asked eagerly. "The great oak, the wisest of all trees, spoke to the spirits," Thistle continued, his voice a gentle rumble. He reminded them that each played a crucial role, that life was a tapestry woven from the threads of every season. The tidal aurora was born from their agreement, a celebration of their unity and the balance they bring to the world. As Thistle spoke, the glade filled with a warm golden light, as if the forest itself was embracing the story. The rustling leaves seemed to nod in agreement, and the gentle breeze carried Thistle's words to every corner of Verdantia. "But Thistle," Pippin interjected, "how do we, the creatures of the forest, fit into this grand tapestry?" Thistle chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Ah, young Pippin, each of us plays our part in the dance of life. We gather, we play, we prepare, and we rest. Just as the seasons change, so do we, learning and growing with each passing day. It is through our actions that we honor the balance of the forest." Pippin nodded, a newfound understanding reflected in his bright eyes. As he looked around, he noticed how the rabbits were busy gathering fallen leaves for their burrows, and the birds were singing a song of farewell to the migrating flocks. As the day wore on, the colors of the tidal aurora intensified, painting the forest in a breathtaking array of hues. The creatures of Verdantia paused in their activities, drawn together to witness the beauty of the changing seasons. Foxes sat side by side with deer, and even the shy hedgehogs emerged from their cozy dens. As the final rays of the setting sun kissed the treetops, casting long shadows across the glade, Thistle spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, that we are all bound by the threads of nature. Let us cherish our time together and strive to protect the harmony of our home." With that, a gentle hush fell over the forest, a moment of shared peace and understanding. The creatures of Verdantia, united by the wisdom of Thistle's words, returned to their homes with hearts full of gratitude and a renewed sense of purpose. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, Thistle withdrew into his shell, his heart content. The forest, wrapped in the embrace of the tidal aurora, settled into a tranquil slumber, dreaming of the seasons yet to come and the timeless dance of life that would continue to unfold. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks and the whispering pines, the forest of Verdantia remained a sanctuary of magic and wonder, a testament to the enduring beauty of balance and harmony. Story 19. In a quaint village, nestled in the gentle embrace of rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young woman named Mara. The village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where time seemed to move a little slower, where the air was tinged with the sweet scent of blooming lavender, and the cobblestone paths were worn smooth by generations of footsteps. Mara was beloved by her neighbors for her kindness and gentle spirit, yet she carried a quiet turmoil within her heart. Change was something she feared, for it whispered of the unknown and unsettled the tranquil world she so cherished. But life, with its own mysterious rhythm, had woven a thread of transformation into the fabric of her existence. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Mara wandered into the heart of the whispering woods. The forest was a place of magic, or so the tales of old said, where the trees conversed in soft murmurs and the streams sang lullabies to the creatures of the earth. On this day, as Mara meandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Before her stood a tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its trunk was adorned with shimmering bark that caught the light like diamonds, and its leaves were a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting and changing with every breath of wind. Drawn by an unseen force, Mara reached out to touch the tree, her fingers brushing against its luminous surface. As she did, a warm sensation flooded her being, and the world around her seemed to hold its breath. From the branches, a soft, ethereal voice spoke. "Mara, dear child of the earth, You have been chosen for a journey of transformation. Startled, Mara drew back, her heart racing. Who speaks to me? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. It is I, the guardian of the woods, the tree replied. Fear not, for I am here to guide you. Embrace the change, for it is a gift that will unveil the true essence of your spirit. Mara trembled at the thought of what lay ahead, but the voice was soothing, imbued with an ancient wisdom that calmed her fears. What must I do? She asked, her curiosity piqued despite the apprehension in her heart. Seek the 3 gifts that the forest holds, the guardian instructed. They are hidden within the depths of the woods, each one a step towards your transformation. Trust in your heart, and you will find your way. With the guardian's words echoing in her mind, Mara set forth on her quest. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, yet she felt a burgeoning sense of courage unfurl within her, like the petals of a morning flower reaching for the sun. Her first stop was the enchanted glade, a place where sunlight danced upon the ground in a mosaic of light and shadow. Here, she found the first gift, a delicate feather, shimmering with iridescence. As she picked it up, a gentle breeze swept through the glade, and she heard the faintest whisper. Courage, dear one, for it is the key to unlock the doors of change. Clutching the feather to her heart, Mara continued her journey, her steps more confident than before. Along the way, she encountered a wise old owl perched upon a branch. Its eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to look into her very soul. Seek knowledge, young Mara, the owl hooted softly, for with understanding comes the power to embrace the unknown. Guided by the owl's counsel, Mara ventured to the crystal brook, where the waters flowed with a melody that resonated in her heart. Here she discovered the second gift, a smooth, luminous stone that pulsed with a gentle warmth. As she held it, clarity washed over her, and she understood the importance of seeking wisdom and insight. With 2 gifts now in her possession, Mara felt a growing sense of purpose. Her final destination was the moonlit meadow, a place where the moon cast its silvery glow upon the earth, creating a realm of serene beauty. In the meadow, she found the 3rd gift, a small, intricately woven basket filled with fragrant herbs. As she gathered the basket, a gentle voice filled the air. Compassion, Mara, for it is the bond that ties us to others and to ourselves. With the 3 gifts in hand, Mara returned to the guardian of the woods. The tree shimmered with a radiant light, and the forest seemed to hold its breath once more. You have done well, dear child, the guardian spoke, its voice filled with warmth and pride. You have embraced courage, sought knowledge, and nurtured compassion. These gifts are the essence of transformation. As the words enveloped her, Mara felt a profound change within. The fear of the unknown began to dissolve, replaced by a newfound strength and understanding. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a path towards growth and discovery. With a heart full of gratitude, Mara thanked the guardian and made her way back to Willowbrook. The village was just as she had left it, yet everything seemed different. The colors were more vibrant, the air more alive, and her spirit more at peace. In the days that followed, Mara shared her experiences with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and wonder. Her story inspired them to seek their own paths of transformation, and the village of Willowbrook became a place where change was celebrated as a dance of life. And so, as the seasons turned and the world continued its gentle spin, Mara lived with a heart open to the beauty of the unknown. She learned that true transformation was not just about changing one's circumstances, but about blossoming into the truest version of oneself. In the quiet moments by the crackling hearth, Mara would often reflect on her journey, her heart warmed by the memories of the magical woods and the gifts she had received. She understood now that the most profound transformations were those that came from within, guided by courage, wisdom, and love. And as she drifted to sleep each night, the whispering winds of the forest would sing her a lullaby, reminding her that she was never alone on this journey of life. For in the heart of the woods, where magic and reality intertwined, Mara had discovered the most beautiful gift of all, the power to embrace change with an open heart and a spirit unafraid. Story 20. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Hope. In a village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets only the night could understand, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village was a place of timeless tranquility, where cobblestone paths wound between quaint cottages with thatched roofs, and the air was perpetually scented with the aroma of freshly baked bread and blooming wildflowers. Yet it was the whispering woods that held the villagers' deepest fascination and a touch of fear, for it was said that once you stepped beneath its canopy, you entered another world entirely. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes the color of a stormy sea and a heart full of adventure. He often wandered to the edge of the woods, listening to the wind weave through the branches, imagining what lay beyond the shadows. His grandmother, an old woman with hair like silver moonlight and a voice like a gentle lullaby, often told him stories about the woods. She spoke of ancient spirits and magical creatures that dwelled within, but most importantly, she told him about the Lantern of Hope. According to her tales, the lantern was a magical object crafted by the spirits of the forest long ago. It hung from the tallest tree in the heart of the woods, glowing with a light so pure that it could dispel any darkness, both in the forest and within one's soul. It was said that whoever possessed the lantern would find the strength to overcome any challenge and the wisdom to understand their true self. On the eve of his 12th birthday, Finn sat with his grandmother by the fireplace. The flames flickered warmly, casting dancing shadows across the walls. "Tell me about the Lantern of Hope again, grandmother," he urged, his voice filled with wonder. His grandmother smiled softly, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, the Lantern of Hope," she began, her voice weaving a tapestry of enchantment. "It is a beacon for the lost, a guide for the weary. Its light can illuminate paths unseen and dispel fears that linger in the darkest corners of the heart. But remember, my dear Finn, the true power of the lantern lies not in its light alone, but in the courage of those who seek it." That night, as Finn lay in bed, the moonlight streaming through his window cast a silver glow across his room. He couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was calling to him, whispering his name among the leaves. With the first light of dawn, he made up his mind. He would venture into the whispering woods and find the Lantern of Hope. The next morning, Finn prepared for his journey. He packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of water. Before he left, his grandmother pressed a small worn compass into his hand. "This will help you find your way," she said, her eyes full of love and a hint of worry. "But remember, the true path is the one you feel in your heart." With a determined nod, Finn set off toward the woods. The village slowly faded behind him, replaced by the towering trees and the soft rustle of leaves. As he stepped beneath the canopy, a sense of awe washed over him. The forest was alive with the sound of chirping birds and the distant babble of a brook. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As he walked, Finn marveled at the beauty around him. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of pine and earth. Every so often, he caught glimpses of small creatures darting through the underbrush, a flash of a bushy tail, the flick of a wing. The deeper he ventured, the more he felt the magic of the woods enveloping him like a gentle embrace. Hours passed, and the sun climbed high in the sky. Finn paused by a stream to rest, dipping his hands into the cool, clear water to drink. As he sat on a moss-covered rock, he heard a soft rustling nearby. Turning his head, he saw a small creature perched on a fallen log, watching him with curious eyes. It was a fox, its fur a fiery red that seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. "Hello there," Finn said, his voice gentle. To his surprise, the fox nodded, as if acknowledging his greeting. Then it leapt from the log and trotted toward him, sitting down at his feet. Finn laughed softly. "Are you here to keep me company?" The fox blinked slowly, a gesture that seemed almost like a smile. Finn felt a warmth spreading through his chest, a sense of companionship that filled the solitude of the woods. With the fox by his side, Finn continued his journey. The forest seemed to welcome him, guiding him through the labyrinth of trees and brambles. Each step took him deeper into the heart of the woods, and though he didn't know the way, he trusted in the compass and the quiet guidance of his heart. As the afternoon sun began to wane, Finn and the fox arrived at a grove where the trees formed a natural circle, their branches arching overhead like the vaulted ceiling of a cathedral. In the center stood a tree taller and more majestic than any Finn had ever seen. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its roots twisting like ancient serpents across the forest floor. And there, hanging from a low branch, was the Lantern of Hope. Finn's breath caught in his throat as he beheld it. The lantern was a thing of beauty, crafted from silver that gleamed like moonlight. Inside, a flame burned steadily, casting a warm golden glow that seemed to pulse with life. As he stepped closer, he felt a sense of peace wash over him, as if the light were reaching out to soothe his soul. He reached up and gently took the lantern in his hands. The moment he touched it, he felt a surge of warmth and energy, a connection to the forest and all its magic. He understood then that the lantern was not just a tool, but a living part of the woods, a beacon of hope and strength. As he stood there cradling the lantern, the fox nudged his leg with its nose. Finn looked down and met its eyes, which seemed to hold a depth of wisdom and kindness. He realized that his journey was not just about finding the lantern, but about discovering the courage and friendship that had guided him here. With the lantern in hand and the fox by his side, Finn made his way back through the forest. The path seemed clearer now, the way forward illuminated by the lantern's light. As they walked, Finn felt a change within himself, a newfound confidence and understanding, a sense of purpose that he had never known before. When they finally emerged from the woods, the village lay bathed in the soft glow of evening. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Finn's heart swelled with gratitude as he made his way home, the lantern's light guiding him every step of the way. His grandmother was waiting for him by the gate, her face lighting up with joy and relief as she saw him. She wrapped him in a warm embrace, and Finn felt the love and comfort that only a grandmother could give. "You found it," she whispered, her voice full of wonder. Finn nodded, his eyes bright with happiness. "Yes, and I found a friend too." The fox stood a little distance away, watching them with its intelligent eyes. Finn's grandmother smiled and nodded, as if she understood the silent bond that had formed between them. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the lantern of hope hanging by his window, he felt a deep sense of peace. The light of the lantern filled his room, casting a warm, gentle glow that chased away the shadows. As he drifted off to sleep, he knew that the journey into the Whispering Woods had changed him forever. He had learned that true courage came from within, that friendship could be found in the most unexpected places, and that hope was a light that could never be extinguished. With these lessons in his heart, he closed his eyes, ready to dream of new adventures and the magic that awaited him in the world beyond. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle glow of the lantern, Finn slept, surrounded by the warmth of love and the light of hope. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a girl named Willow. With hair the color of spun gold and eyes that sparkled like sunlight on a forest stream, Willow was kind and gentle at heart. Yet she often found herself struggling with the changes life brought her way. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a most peculiar sight outside her window. The once vibrant leaves had turned to shimmering crystals, each one catching the dawn's rosy light and casting dancing rainbows across her room. Willow rubbed her eyes in disbelief, for she had never witnessed such magic before. As she ventured outside, the crunching of crystalline leaves beneath her feet echoed through the quiet village. Willow marveled at the transformation, but a part of her felt unsettled by the sudden change. She had grown fond of the warm autumnal hues and the soft rustle of fallen leaves. Just then, Willow's dear friend Oliver came ambling down the path, his eyes wide with wonder. "Can you believe this, Willow?" he exclaimed, scooping up a handful of sparkling crystals. "It's like the forest has been touched by fairy dust." Willow managed a small smile, but her heart still felt heavy. "I know it's beautiful, Oliver, but I can't help but miss the way things were before." Oliver gave her a sympathetic look. "Change can be scary, but it also brings new adventures and possibilities. Just look at how these crystals catch the light. It's like having 1,000 tiny rainbows all around us." As if on cue, a gentle breeze swept through the village, causing the crystalline leaves to tinkle like wind chimes. Willow closed her eyes, letting the soothing sounds wash over her. For a moment she felt a sense of peace, as if the crystals were whispering a secret melody just for her. Over the next few days, Willow found herself drawn to the magical crystals. She would sit for hours, watching as they refracted the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. Slowly, she began to appreciate the beauty of this new season, understanding that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity to discover new wonders. One evening, as Willow was admiring the crystals bathed in the last rays of sunset, she noticed a tiny figure flitting among the branches. It was a pixie, her gossamer wings shimmering like diamonds. The pixie landed on a nearby crystal, regarding Willow with curious eyes. "Hello, little one," Willow whispered, her heart filled with amazement. The pixie smiled and spoke in a voice as delicate as a bell chime. "I see you've been admiring our handiwork. These crystals are a gift from the fairy realm, a reminder that even in times of change there is beauty to be found." Willow listened, captivated, as the pixie explained how the fairies would sprinkle their magic dust over the forest every autumn, transforming the leaves into dazzling crystals. It was their way of reminding the human world that change was a natural part of life's cycle, and that every ending was also a new beginning. As the pixie's words sank in, Willow felt a warmth bloom in her chest. She realized that by embracing change, she could open herself up to endless possibilities and experiences, each one more wondrous than the last. From that day on, Willow greeted every new season with an open heart and a sense of childlike wonder. She learned to find beauty in the constantly shifting world around her, understanding that growth and transformation were essential parts of life's great journey. And whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, Willow would seek solace among the crystalline leaves, letting their gentle tinkling remind her that change was not something to be feared, but rather a magical opportunity for growth and self-discovery. Story 22. In the heart of an ancient forest, known only to a few as the Whispering Grove, a symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle murmur of a winding brook serenaded the creatures dwelling within. This forest was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like the morning mist, ever shifting and swirling in a delicate balance. As dawn light filtered through the towering canopy, casting a golden glow upon the dew-kissed earth, a gentle fox named Briar awoke from her cozy den nestled among a thicket of wild roses. Her fur glistened with the hues of autumn, a tapestry of russet and gold, and her eyes sparkled with a wisdom beyond her years. Briar, known for her kindness and gentle nature, had long been a guardian of the forest's hidden harmony. One morning, as Briar ventured out to greet the day, she encountered a soft breeze that carried the scent of evergreen and the distant promise of winter. She paused, closing her eyes to savor the crispness in the air, knowing that this was the time when the forest prepared for its long slumber. As she wandered along a path carpeted with fallen leaves, Briar noticed a gathering of woodland creatures, their eyes wide with curiosity and concern. At the center of this gathering was Willow, an ancient turtle whose shell bore the markings of countless seasons. Willow was revered as the keeper of the forest's stories and wisdom, and when she spoke, the forest listened. "Friends," began Willow, in a voice that cracked like the first frost on a pond, "the winds speak of a change. Our forest must prepare for a winter more profound than any we have known." A murmur rippled through the gathered creatures. The birds fluttered their wings in anxious anticipation, while the deer pawed gently at the earth. Briar, sensing the unease, stepped forward. "What must we do, dear Willow, to ensure the balance of our home remains unbroken?" Willow's eyes, deep as the forest pools, turned to Briar. "We must seek the wisdom of the seasons themselves. Only they can guide us in harmonizing the elements to shield our home." Understanding the task that lay before her, Briar nodded, determination shining in her eyes. She set off on a journey to the heart of the forest, where the veil between worlds was thinnest, and the spirits of the seasons whispered their secrets to those who listened closely. The path was one Briar had walked many times, yet each step felt new under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees. Their branches swayed gently, as if waving her onward with the rustling encouragement of their leaves. As she ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The air thickened with the scent of pine and damp earth, mingling with a hint of frost. She came upon a clearing where the sun broke through in ribbons, illuminating a circle of standing stones, each one etched with symbols that glowed softly in the morning light. Here, the spirits of the seasons awaited. First to emerge was spring, with a cloak of budding blossoms and the fragrance of new beginnings. Her voice was like the babbling brook, fresh and lively. "Briar," she greeted, "we bring our gifts to nurture the balance you seek." Summer followed, radiating warmth and abundance, his laughter like the sunniest of days. "We shall lend our strength," he promised, "for in unity we find resilience." Autumn, draped in hues of amber and crimson, nodded with a gentle smile. "In change there is wisdom," she said, her voice a whisper of rustling leaves. "We trust in your heart to guide us." Finally, winter appeared, serene and silent, cloaked in a mantle of snowflakes. Though his presence was chill, his gaze was kind. "In rest, there is renewal," he intoned. "Through quiet, harmony shall be restored." With the blessing of the seasons, Briar returned to the forest, her heart filled with hope. She gathered the woodland creatures once more, sharing the wisdom entrusted to her. Together, they worked to prepare their home. The birds wove tighter nests with the gift of spring, the squirrels gathered stores with summer's strength, and the foxes, led by Briar, taught the lessons of patience and sharing from autumn and winter alike. The forest, in its quiet way, responded to their efforts. The winds softened, and the chill in the air became a gentle reminder of the season's embrace rather than a threat. The creatures, once anxious, now moved with a newfound confidence, each action a part of the intricate dance that maintained their world. As the first snowflakes began to fall, Briar stood at the edge of the Whispering Grove, watching the transformation with a heart full of gratitude. The forest was at peace, each creature nestled into its place within the grand tapestry of life, united by the wisdom of the ages. And so, beneath a sky that shimmered with the promise of stars, the Whispering Grove settled into its winter's rest, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle balance of nature's magic. Story 23. In a tranquil village nestled between the rolling hills and an ancient forest, there lived a gentle young woman named Leora. Her days were spent tending to the quaint library on the corner of Maple Street, where sunlight danced through the stained glass windows, painting the wooden shelves with hues of amber and violet. Leora found solace in the pages of books that whispered stories of far-off lands and timeless wisdom. Yet, despite the comfort she found in her routine, Leora felt an unsettling stir within her heart. An inexplicable yearning for change tugged at her soul, but the fear of the unknown kept her tethered to the familiar. Her friends, though kind and supportive, noticed the shadow of restlessness in her eyes. One crisp autumn afternoon, while the golden leaves rustled gently outside, Leora discovered an old leather-bound book tucked behind others on a high shelf. Its cover was etched with swirling patterns, and as she opened it, a soft breeze seemed to sweep through the library, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. The pages told of a mystical glade deep within the whispering woods, where the air shimmered with magic and dreams took flight. Entranced by the tale, Leora felt an inexplicable pull toward the forest, as if the glade called to a hidden part of her soul. That evening, under a sky strewn with stars, Leora confided in her dear friend, Emery. Emery was a kind-hearted artist with a perpetual twinkle in his eye and a heart as vast as the ocean. His paintings, filled with vibrant colors and serene landscapes, mirrored the warmth of his spirit. "Leora," Emery said, as they sat on the porch wrapped in blankets, the soft glow of lanterns casting gentle shadows, "perhaps the glade is where you'll find the answers you seek. Change can be daunting, but it is often the path to discovering who we truly are." Inspired by his words, Leora resolved to venture into the forest. The next morning, with a small satchel slung over her shoulder, she set off along the winding path that led to the Whispering Woods. The villagers waved her off with smiles and well wishes, their faith in her journey wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, while birds sang melodies that echoed through the canopy. Leora walked with a sense of purpose, her heart open to the possibilities that lay ahead. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to transform. The air grew warmer, imbued with the scent of wildflowers and the faintest hint of magic. Leora soon reached the edge of a small clearing where the sun broke through the leaves, casting a golden glow over a tranquil pond at its center. It was the glade from the book, just as described, and standing by the water was an ethereal figure. The being, woven from light and shadow, exuded a peaceful presence that resonated with Leora's very core. "Welcome, seeker of change," the figure spoke, its voice a gentle breeze that stirred the leaves. "I am Aurelia, guardian of the glade of reflection. Here, the magic mirrors the growth within you, revealing the strength you possess." Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a sensation of being truly seen. "I fear the unknown," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "Yet, I yearn for something more." Aurelia extended a hand, inviting Leora to step closer. "Embrace the magic of transformation, dear one, for within change lies the power of becoming." With a deep breath, Leora reached out, her fingers brushing against Aurelia's. In that moment, the glade shimmered with iridescent light, and the pond's surface rippled with images of Leora's past and future. She saw herself navigating challenges with grace, her heart open to new experiences, and friendships deepening through shared discoveries. She saw the beauty of growth and the strength that lay within her, waiting to be awakened. As the vision faded, Leora felt a profound peace settle within her. The fear that had once held her back was now a gentle whisper, overshadowed by the courage that had blossomed in its place. "Thank you, Aurelia," Leora said, her voice steady and filled with gratitude. "I understand now that change is not to be feared, but embraced as part of my journey." Aurelia smiled, a radiant light dancing in her eyes. "Remember, Leora, you are never alone. The forest, your friends, and even the stars will guide you." With newfound clarity, Leora bid farewell to the glade, her heart light and her spirit uplifted. As she made her way back home, the forest seemed to hum with a gentle melody, celebrating her return. When Leora emerged from the woods, the village awaited her with open arms. Her friends, Emery among them, gathered around, eager to hear of her adventure and the magic she had encountered. In the days that followed, Leora found herself embracing change with a newfound confidence. She pursued her dreams, weaving the magic of the glade into her life, and inspiring those around her to do the same. The library, once a haven of stories, became a place of shared dreams and growth, where the villagers gathered to learn and support one another. Leora's journey had not only transformed her life, but had also touched the hearts of her community. As the seasons turned and the years went by, Leora's story became one of many tales told in the village, a reminder of the beauty of personal discovery and the magic that lies within each of us. And so, under the gentle glow of a crackling fireplace, with the soft rustle of pages turning and the warmth of friendship enveloping them, the villagers would gather to share stories of change and transformation, each one a testament to the power of embracing the unknown. In the end, Leora's journey was not just about finding magic in the world, but about discovering the magic within herself. A lesson that would echo through the village for generations to come. A beacon of hope and possibility in the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of old, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there lay a small village called Verdantia. This village was nestled in a valley cradled by towering hills, where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and rose at dawn, and the moon cast silvery beams through the night. Verdantia was a place of simple joys and gentle wonders, where the people lived in harmony with nature, guided by the rhythms of the seasons. In this village lived a young woman named Marin. Marin was known for her vivid imagination and love of stories, but she was also known for her reluctance to embrace change. She cherished the comforting routines of village life and found solace in the familiar paths she walked each day. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a quiet yearning, a whisper of something more, something she could not quite grasp. Marin's days were filled with the simple pleasures of village life. She tended to the garden behind her cozy cottage, where rows of herbs and flowers basked in the sun's warmth. She enjoyed the company of her friends, who often gathered by the village square to share tales and laughter. Yet, despite the warmth of her community, Marin sometimes felt adrift, as if she were a leaf carried upon a gentle stream, unsure of where it might lead her. One moonlit evening, as Maren strolled along the edge of the forest, she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. The air was thick with magic, shimmering like a veil of stardust. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky. Beneath the oak's benevolent gaze, a small, iridescent creature fluttered, a fairy, delicate and luminous. The fairy's eyes sparkled like dew-kissed petals at dawn, and her voice was a melody of whispers and chimes. "Greetings, Maren," she said with a smile that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. "I am Lyra, and I have been waiting for you." Maren's heart fluttered with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. "Waiting for me?" she echoed, her voice barely above a breath. Lyra nodded, her wings casting a soft luminescence upon the forest floor. "Yes, for you have a journey to undertake, one of transformation and self-discovery. You need not fear the changes that come, for they are the very essence of life." Maren hesitated, the familiar tug of uncertainty holding her back. "But I am not ready," she confessed. "I fear losing what I know." Lyra's gaze was gentle, understanding. "Change does not mean losing who you are. It is an unfolding, a blossoming of the spirit. Trust in the journey, and you will find new strengths within yourself." With a wave of her delicate hand, Lyra summoned a vision, a tapestry of shimmering images that unfolded before Maren's eyes. She saw herself walking through the seasons, each step a dance of colors and sensations. She saw the village around her, changing subtly, yet ever beautiful. She saw herself not as she was, but as she might become, a beacon of light and wisdom. "These are the possibilities," Lyra explained softly. "Embrace them, and you will see the magic within your own heart." As the vision faded, Maren felt a warmth spreading through her, a gentle glow that chased away her fears. She understood that change was not something to resist, but a path to walk with courage and an open heart. In the days that followed, Maren began to see the world anew. She noticed the first blush of spring in the budding trees, the vibrant hues of autumn leaves, and the serene beauty of winter's snow. Each season brought its own gifts, each moment a new opportunity for growth and understanding. Her friends in the village were her steadfast companions on this journey. There was Finn, the kind-hearted blacksmith, whose laughter was as bright as his forge's flame. He taught Maren the strength of persistence and the joy of creating something with one's own hands. And there was Anya, the wise herbalist, who showed Maren the healing power of nature and the importance of nurturing both the earth and oneself. Together, they explored the wonders of the forest, gathering herbs and weaving tales. They shared stories by the fireside, their laughter mingling with the crackling flames, and comforted one another through the challenges they faced. Through these experiences, Maren learned the beauty of change and the strength of community. She discovered that transformation was not a solitary journey, but one shared with those who walked beside her. She saw that every challenge was an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to connect more deeply with herself and the world around her. And so, as the years passed, Maren became a beacon of wisdom and light, her heart open to the endless possibilities of life. She embraced each day with gratitude and wonder, knowing that the magic of transformation was always within her reach. In the heart of the forest, beneath the ancient oak, Lyra watched with a smile, her heart full of joy and pride. For she knew that Maren had truly blossomed, her spirit as radiant as the morning sun. And in the village of Verdantia, where the trees whispered secrets of old and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, Maren's story became a source of inspiration, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to embrace change, to grow, and to discover the magic within. Story 25. Once upon a time, in the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled between the rolling hills and vibrant meadows, there lived a gentle soul named Amara. Amara was known throughout the village for her kindness, her laughter as melodious as the morning birdsong, and her unwavering dedication to her garden. Her cottage, with its sun-warmed stones and ivy-wrapped walls, was a haven of blooming flowers and whispering leaves. Yet within Amara's heart, there was a quiet worry, a fear of change, like the final leaf hesitant to let go in the autumn breeze. Amara loved her garden, not just for its beauty, but for the comfort it provided. Each plant seemed to understand her, swaying gently in response to her touch, whispering secrets of the earth. She knew every petal and leaf, every curl and vine. However, as much as her garden flourished, she felt as though she were rooted in place, unable to grow beyond the boundaries she had set for herself. One soft evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Amara sat by the small pond at the edge of her garden. The water shimmered like liquid glass, reflecting the first twinkling stars. Amara sighed, her breath mingling with the cool night air, and whispered to the pond, "I wish I could change, but I don't know how." Just as her words faded into the twilight, a ripple disturbed the pond's surface, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature. It was a Luna moth, its wings glowing with an ethereal light, casting a gentle radiance that danced across Amara's face. The moth hovered before her, its eyes glinting with a wisdom beyond the ages. "You seek change, dear Amara, but fear holds you captive," the moth spoke in a voice as soft as moonlight. "Transformation is a journey, not an instant. Allow me to guide you." Amara nodded, her heart fluttering with curiosity and a spark of hope ignited by the moth's presence. "I don't know where to begin," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. The Luna moth alighted on her shoulder, its wings a comforting weight. "Begin by looking within and around you. Change is all around us, and every being, every element of nature is part of this grand tapestry." With the moth's guidance, Amara embarked on a journey of discovery. Her first companion was Rowan, the wise old owl who resided in the ancient oak tree at the heart of the village. Rowan had watched over the village for many years, his eyes carrying the knowledge of countless tales and seasons. Perched high above, he spent his days observing the intricate dance of life below. "To change," Rowan advised one evening, his voice a deep, soothing rumble, "is to embrace the unknown with trust. Much like the wind, unseen yet felt, you must learn to trust in what you cannot see." Amara listened intently as Rowan shared stories of his own journeys through the skies, of distant lands and the creatures he had met. Each tale was a lesson, and with each lesson, Amara's heart grew lighter, her fears slowly unraveling like the morning mist. Her next guide was a sprightly fox named Finn, whose fur glimmered like copper under the sun. Finn was known for his boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore the world beyond the village's borders. He taught Amara the importance of play and spontaneity, of finding joy in the unexpected. "Change is like a game, Amara," Finn chirped one day as they frolicked through a field of wildflowers. "It should be embraced with laughter and light feet. Trust your instincts, for they will lead you true." As the days turned to weeks, Amara found herself growing alongside her garden. Each new friendship, each lesson learned, was like a seed planted in her heart, sprouting into new understanding and courage. She began to see the beauty in the ever-shifting patterns of life, the way the seasons flowed seamlessly from one to the next, each bringing its own gifts and challenges. One moonlit night, as the village lay silent under a blanket of stars, Amara returned to the pond where her journey had begun. The Luna moth awaited her, its wings shimmering like the surface of the water. "You have grown, dear Amara," the moth observed, its voice a gentle caress. "You have learned to see beyond your fears, to trust in the rhythm of life." Amara smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude and newfound strength. "I have learned that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. It is the essence of life itself." As the moth took flight, its glow mingling with the moon's silver light, Amara knew that her journey was far from over. But she no longer feared the unknown. With each step, she carried the wisdom of her friends, the lessons of the earth, and the understanding that she was part of something much greater than herself. And so, in the quiet of the night, as the world slumbered under the watchful gaze of the stars, Amara stood by the pond, a gentle smile on her lips. She was ready to greet the dawn, to welcome the changes it would bring, and to continue her journey of transformation and growth. For she had discovered the magic within her, a light that would guide her through all the seasons of her life. And thus, in the peaceful village of Willowbrook, under the watchful eyes of her friends and the eternal sky, Amara's story of transformation gently unfolded, a testament to the beauty of personal discovery and the power of friendship and trust. 26. In the heart of a quaint little village, Where cobblestone paths wound their way between cozy cottages, there stood an old bookshop. Its sign, bearing the name Whispering Pages, swayed gently in the evening breeze. The shop was a haven for those with a love for stories, owned by a kind old man named Mr. Pendergast, who seemed to know every tale ever told. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and violet, a young girl named Lily wandered into the shop. She had always been drawn to the mysteries that books held, and the Whispering Pages felt like a treasure trove waiting to be explored. Lily was a curious soul, with sparkling blue eyes that mirrored the sky on a clear day. Her auburn hair caught the light as she moved about the shop, her fingers brushing the spines of books that lined the shelves like soldiers standing at attention. As she meandered through the aisles, she noticed a small, unassuming volume resting on a high shelf, its cover worn with age and its title nearly faded away. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Lily reached for the book, feeling a strange warmth emanating from it. As she opened the first page, a gentle sigh echoed through the shop, as if the book itself had been longing to be read. Words danced across the parchment, shimmering with an elusive glow, as if inviting her into their world. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," Mr. Pendergast said softly, appearing beside her like a whisper himself. His eyes twinkled with a knowing light. "It's a special book, that one. It holds the secrets of things unseen and the stories of hearts unheard." Lily's curiosity was piqued, and she could not resist taking the book with her. That night, beneath the soft glow of her bedside lamp, she began to read. As she turned the pages, she was transported into a realm where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets. She found herself in a lush forest, where the air was filled with the fragrant scent of pine and earth. Birds sang a melodious chorus, their wings a blur of color against the emerald canopy. The forest was alive with magic, every leaf and twig whispering tales of wonder. In this enchanted place, Lily met a kindly fox named Bramble, whose fur was as russet as autumn leaves. Bramble was known for his cleverness and his knack for finding things lost in the forest. Together they ventured deeper into the woods, guided by the Book of Whispers, which seemed to know the way. Their journey was not without challenges. They encountered a babbling brook that spoke in riddles, its waters sparkling like 1,000 diamonds. To cross, they had to solve the brook's puzzle, which required not strength but wisdom and patience. With Bramble's help, Lily pieced together the answer, and the brook parted to let them pass. As they traveled, Lily and Bramble met other creatures of the forest, each with their own unique gifts. There was a wise old owl named Sage, whose eyes held the wisdom of ages, and a jovial rabbit named Clover, who could find joy in the simplest of things. They became fast friends, each teaching Lily lessons of kindness and understanding. The heart of their journey lay in a hidden glade, where the forest's magic was strongest. Here, they discovered a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with leaves that shimmered like stars. This was the heart of the forest, the source of its enchantment. But the tree was in danger, its magic fading as a shadow loomed over the glade. It was a challenge unlike any Lily had faced, one that required her to dig deep within herself. With the help of her friends, she learned that the shadow was not an enemy, but a part of the forest that had been forgotten and misunderstood. Lily realized that to restore the tree's magic, she needed to embrace the shadow, to understand and accept it as part of the whole. With her heart open and her mind clear, she reached out, and the shadow melted away, revealing a light that had been hidden for too long. In that moment, the forest came alive with vibrant colors and joyous sounds, the heart of the forest pulsing with renewed magic. Lily and her friends celebrated, knowing they had brought balance and harmony back to the land. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Lily found herself back in her room, the Book of Whispers resting on her lap. She felt changed, as if a new light had been kindled within her. The lessons she learned in the enchanted forest would stay with her, guiding her in the days to come. And so, with the gentle rustle of pages and the soft glow of the lamp, Lily drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart full of wonder and her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures. In the quiet of the night, the book of whispers gently closed, content to wait for the next curious soul to discover its secrets. And in the heart of the village, the whispering pages stood as a beacon of stories, where magic and wonder were always just a page away. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes that twinkled like the stars on a clear winter night. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage where the scent of freshly baked bread often mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest that hugged their home. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara swept leaves from the garden, her broom caught on something buried beneath the golden foliage. She knelt to uncover a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance as sunlight flickered through the trees. Intrigued, Clara cradled the box in her hands and hurried inside to show her grandmother. Her grandmother, a wise old woman with hair like silver moonlight, smiled knowingly. "Ah, Clara," she whispered, "you found the whispering box. It is said to hold secrets and stories from places unseen. But remember, it reveals its magic only to those who truly listen." That night, as the fire crackled gently in the hearth, Clara sat beside it with the box resting on her lap. She traced its patterns with her fingers, her heart filled with wonder. Suddenly the box began to hum softly, resonating with a melody only she could hear. As if responding to her touch, it slowly opened, revealing a delicate scroll of parchment. The scroll shimmered with words that glowed like fireflies in the twilight. It spoke of a hidden glade deep within the forest, where the air was thick with enchantment and the trees whispered secrets of the past. The scroll promised that those who reached the glade would discover their true selves. Clara felt a pull in her heart, an invitation to embark on a journey that would change her forever. With her grandmother's blessing, Clara set out the next morning, guided by the scroll's map. The forest welcomed her with open arms, its canopy filtering the sunlight into a mosaic of golden rays. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied her steps. Clara felt the forest was alive, a sentient being that embraced her with warmth and mystery. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Clara encountered a peculiar group of companions. First was Finn, a mischievous squirrel with fur as red as autumn leaves. He chattered excitedly, offering to guide Clara through the forest's winding paths. Next, she met Luna, a wise old owl whose eyes glowed with the wisdom of ages. Luna perched on Clara's shoulder, whispering advice in her ear. Together, they journeyed through the forest, each step bringing them closer to the hidden glade. The path was not without its challenges, but Clara learned to listen to the forest, understanding its subtle signs and signals. When they reached a swift river too wide to cross, it was Luna who suggested they use the fallen leaves to craft a tiny boat. With patience and teamwork, they floated across the shimmering water, the boat gliding smoothly under the midday sun. At last, they arrived at the glade, a place of breathtaking beauty. The air shimmered with magic, and the trees stood tall, their branches swaying in a silent song. In the center of the glade lay a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Clara approached the pool, her heart filled with a sense of calm and belonging. As she knelt by the water's edge, Clara saw not only her reflection, but also a vision of herself filled with courage and kindness. Her heart opened to the wonders of the world. The glade had shown her what she could become, a beacon of light and love. With newfound wisdom, Clara returned to her village, her heart aglow with the magic she had discovered. She shared her story with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. Clara knew that the journey had changed her, not through might or force, but through understanding and friendship. From that day on, Clara cherished the whispering box, its magic a gentle reminder of the hidden wonders in the world and the power of listening with an open heart. And every evening, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, she would sit by its warmth, the box by her side, ready to listen to the stories it had yet to tell. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit brimming with love, Clara drifted off to sleep, cradled in the gentle embrace of her dreams. Story 28. In a secluded village nestled in the verdant embrace of rolling hills, where the wind sang gentle lullabies through the whispering pines, there lived a young weaver named Leora. Leora was known throughout the village for her intricate tapestries, each thread seeming to dance alive with vibrant colors that captured the essence of the seasons. Yet, despite her talent, Leora felt a tremor of unease in her heart, for she was weary of change. Every year, as spring melted into summer and summer into autumn, the villagers would gather to celebrate the Harvest Moon Festival. It was a time of joy, where the air was thick with the scent of honey cakes and cider, and laughter floated like dandelion seeds on the breeze. But for Leora, the festival marked a reminder of the relentless march of time, each season a new thread in the tapestry of life that she struggled to accept. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves spiraled to the earth in a dance of fiery splendor, Leora sat by the edge of the silverwood forest. The forest was a place of quiet magic, where the sun's rays filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow upon the forest floor. Here, amidst the symphony of rustling leaves and distant birdsong, she sought solace from her thoughts. As she sat, a soft rustling emerged from the underbrush, and a small creature appeared, a fox, its fur a brilliant crimson, eyes glowing with an otherworldly intelligence. It was not unusual to encounter foxes in the forest, but this one was different. It approached Leora with an air of gentle curiosity, and she felt an inexplicable pull towards it. "Fear not the changes you resist," the fox spoke, its voice a melody of autumn leaves, "for within them lies the magic of transformation." Startled but intrigued, Leora leaned closer. "Who are you?" she asked softly, her breath misting in the cool air. "I am Fen, a guardian of the forest's secrets," replied the fox, tilting its head. "And you, dear weaver, are on the cusp of a journey, one that will weave your own heart with the threads of change." With those words, Fen turned and began to weave through the trees, a trail of shimmering autumn leaves swirling in its wake. Compelled by a force she could not name, Leora rose and followed, her heart a curious blend of apprehension and excitement. The forest deepened, its paths winding like the intricate patterns of her own tapestries. As they walked, the air grew warmer, infused with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Leora noticed that the trees began to change. Their trunks were no longer the familiar rough bark, but smooth and silvered, their leaves a kaleidoscope of colors that defied the season. They arrived at a clearing where a great tree stood, its branches stretching wide to embrace the sky, its roots entwined with the earth like ancient lovers. The tree pulsed with a gentle luminescence, and Leora sensed a powerful, comforting presence emanating from it. "This is the heartwood," Fen explained, settling at the base of the tree. "It holds the essence of the forest, ever-changing yet eternal. Here, you may see what is hidden within yourself." Leora approached the heartwood, her fingers brushing the smooth bark. Instantly, she felt warmth coursing through her, and visions danced before her eyes, moments of her past, each one a thread in the tapestry of her life. She saw herself as a child, her first attempts at weaving, the joy of creation unmarred by the fear of change. As the visions faded, a new scene unfolded, a future not yet written. She saw herself surrounded by friends, their faces etched with laughter, standing beside a tapestry unlike any she had ever woven. It was a living tapestry, its threads shimmering with the colors of the seasons, forever in motion, reflecting the ebb and flow of time. Understanding blossomed within her like a flower in spring. Change was not something to fear, but to embrace as part of life's endless cycle. It was the very essence of creation, the heart of all that was beautiful and true. "Thank you," Leora whispered, tears of gratitude in her eyes. "I understand now." As if in response, the heartwood glowed brighter, and a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the soft murmur of approval. Fen nodded, a smile in its wise eyes. "Remember, dear weaver, you are the artist of your own tapestry. Embrace each thread, for it is through change that you find your true self." With newfound peace in her heart, Leora returned to the village as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. The Harvest Moon Festival had begun, and the village square was alive with music and laughter. Leora joined her friends, feeling the warmth of their welcome like the embrace of a soft blanket on a chilly night. As she shared stories and laughter, she realized that each moment was a precious thread in the tapestry of her life, vibrant and full of potential. In the days that followed, Leora wove a new tapestry, inspired by the visions she had seen. It was a tapestry of transformation, vibrant and alive, and as she worked, she felt the magic of the heartwood within her, guiding her hands. Her creation became the centerpiece of the next Harvest Moon Festival, admired by all who saw it. But more importantly, it was a testament to her journey, a journey of acceptance, growth, and the wondrous magic of embracing change. And so, as the seasons turned and the years unfolded, Leora lived her life like the tapestries she wove, each one a masterpiece of color and change, a celebration of the beauty of personal discovery. And in her heart she carried the gentle wisdom of the heartwood and the memory of a crimson fox, whose voice still whispered on the wind, reminding her that the magic of transformation was always within reach. Story 29. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, whispering forest, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village was known as Willowbrook, aptly named for the gentle stream that meandered through the willows, its waters murmuring secrets to those who took the time to listen. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sky was a vast canvas of ever-changing colors, painting the world in hues of wonder and tranquility. Finn was a curious soul with a heart as open as the sky above. He had a knack for noticing things that others might overlook, his eyes ever keen to the subtleties of the world around him. Every morning he would wander through the village square, greeting the baker, the blacksmith, and the seamstress, each of whom would smile warmly at the sight of the boy with the twinkling eyes. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to golden embers and the air held a hint of chill, Finn awoke to find something unusual. His small cottage, which he shared with his grandmother, was filled with the soft light of dawn, yet something seemed amiss. The air was thick with a strange, sweet aroma, like the scent of honeyed lilacs, which was quite unlike the usual earthy fragrance of dew-kissed grass and baking bread. Finn followed the scent outside, where he found an unexpected sight. The village square, usually a place of simple, serene beauty, was now adorned with trails of shimmering stardust that glimmered in the early light. It was as if the stars themselves had descended to dance upon the cobblestones during the night. The villagers gathered, murmuring in soft confusion, their eyes wide with wonder and a touch of concern. The baker, a jovial man with flour-dusted hands, leaned close to Finn and whispered, "I've never seen anything like this, lad. It's as if the night sky decided to pay us a visit." The villagers turned to Finn, knowing his gift for seeing what others might not. With a gentle nod, he set off to unravel the mystery of the stardust. Finn's first stop was the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. Here he hoped to find Elder Alder, a venerable tree spirit who had watched over the village for generations. Elder Alder's bark was gnarled and ancient, his branches stretching skyward like a sage reaching for the stars. "Good morning, young Finn," Elder Alder greeted, his voice deep and resonant like the rustling of leaves in a storm. "What brings you to the forest so early?" Finn shared his tale of the stardust, the villagers' curiosity, and the sweet scent that lingered in the air. Elder Alder listened intently, his eyes, wise and kind, twinkling with understanding. "Ah, this is the doing of the fireflies of the Fae," Elder Alder said with a knowing nod. "They are playful creatures, drawn to places where joy and laughter abound. It seems they've chosen your village to share their magic." "But why would they leave their stardust behind?" Finn asked, his curiosity piqued. "The fireflies are messengers of delight," Elder Alder explained. "They leave trails of stardust to guide others, spreading joy wherever they go. But if it lingers, it may mean one of them has lost their way." Thanking the wise tree spirit, Finn followed the trails of stardust deeper into the forest, the canopy above filtering the light into soft, dancing patterns on the ground. He walked with care, the leaves crunching gently beneath his feet, until he heard a soft, melodic hum. In a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, Finn found the source of the enchanting sound. There, nestled among the wildflowers, was a tiny creature with wings of shimmering gold and silver. It was a firefly, its light dimmed, and its eyes filled with a longing that tugged at Finn's heart. "Hello, little one," Finn spoke softly, kneeling beside the firefly. Are you lost?" The firefly's wings fluttered gently as it nodded, its glow flickering like a candle in the wind. Finn understood at once that it had become separated from its kin during their nocturnal dance. "Fear not," Finn assured, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I will help you find your way back." Remembering Elder Alder's words, Finn knew he had to rekindle the firefly's joy to restore its light. He thought of the stories his grandmother would tell, tales of bravery and kindness, woven with the threads of laughter and warmth. Settling down on the soft grass, Finn began to recount a story of a young shepherd who, with the help of his sheep, saved his village from a terrible storm. As he spoke, the firefly listened intently, its eyes growing brighter with each word. The tale was filled with moments of cleverness and compassion, and as Finn described the villagers' triumphant cheer, the firefly's light began to glow with renewed strength. When the story ended, the firefly's wings shimmered with a vibrant light, brighter than before. It fluttered around Finn in a joyous dance, its gratitude evident in every graceful movement. "Let us return to the village," Finn said, standing up and offering his hand. The firefly landed gently upon his palm, its glow warm and comforting. Together they made their way back to Willow Brook, the stardust trails fading as the firefly's light grew stronger. As they entered the village square, a chorus of tiny twinkling lights greeted them, the firefly's kin returning to reclaim their lost member. The villagers watched in awe as the fireflies gathered, their glow illuminating the square like a constellation come to life. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeyed lilacs once more, and a sense of peace settled over the village. With a final, grateful flicker, the fireflies ascended into the night sky, their trails of stardust vanishing into the ether, leaving only the memory of their enchanting visit. As the villagers dispersed, their hearts light with wonder, Finn returned to his cottage, the warmth of the day lingering like a gentle embrace. His grandmother greeted him with a knowing smile, her eyes shining with pride and love. "You've done well, my dear," she said, wrapping him in a soft, warm hug. "The fireflies will remember your kindness, just as we will remember their magic." Finn drifted to sleep that night with the comforting knowledge that sometimes the smallest acts of kindness could light the way, just as the fireflies had lit the village with their enchanting glow. And as he dreamed, the stars outside shone a little brighter, as if in gratitude for the boy who saw the world, not just with his eyes, but with his heart. Story 30. In a secluded village, nestled between sprawling emerald meadows and the whispering pines of an ancient forest, lived a young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of roaming the lush, sun-dappled fields and listening to the gentle murmur of the brook that wound its way through the forest's edge. Her grandmother, a wise and kind-hearted woman known by all as Granny Mirren, often spoke of the wonders hidden within the forest, tales of magic that only the pure of heart could truly believe. It was on one such golden morning, with the sun casting a warm, honeyed glow over the land, that Leora set out on an adventure that would change her life forever. Clad in her favorite blue dress, with a basket in hand to collect wildflowers, she wandered into the heart of the forest. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving an intricate tapestry of sound that filled the air with a sense of wonder. As Leora ventured deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk twisted with age and its leaves shimmering with an iridescent glow. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora approached the tree and discovered an unusual object nestled among its roots, a delicate silver locket that seemed to hum with a life of its own. Tentatively, Leora picked up the locket, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers. As she opened it, a soft, ethereal light spilled forth, revealing an intricate design of stars and moons etched onto the inner surface. In that moment, the world around her seemed to shift, the colors deepening and the air vibrating with a soft, melodious hum. Startled, Leora looked around and realized that the forest had transformed. The once familiar trees now stood taller, their leaves glistening with dewdrops that sparkled like diamonds in the dappled sunlight. The brook nearby had swelled into a silvery stream, its waters dancing with an otherworldly light. Even the birds sang with voices that chimed like bells, their melodies weaving a harmonious lullaby. As Leora marveled at the transformation, she felt a presence beside her. A small creature, no taller than her knee, with eyes like liquid amber and hair that shimmered like spun gold, stood gazing at her with a gentle, curious expression. Its wings, delicate and translucent, fluttered softly in the breeze. "Greetings, Leora," the creature spoke, its voice a warm, melodic whisper. "I am Aelith, a guardian of the hidden realm. You have found the Locket of Lumina, a conduit between worlds." Leora, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, a sense of calm and excitement filled her heart. "The hidden realm?" she asked, her voice tinged with wonder. Aelith nodded, gesturing around them. "This place exists alongside your world, unseen and untouched by those who do not believe. The locket you hold is a key, and you, dear Leora, are its chosen keeper." "But why me?" Leora inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. "Because your heart is pure, and your spirit is curious and kind," Aelith replied with a gentle smile. "The locket seeks those who will cherish its magic and use it wisely." With a sense of awe, Leora slipped the locket around her neck, feeling its warmth settle against her skin. "What must I do?" she asked, eager to embrace her newfound role. "Each guardian must undertake a journey," Aelith explained. "A journey to discover the heart of the hidden realm and to understand the magic within themselves. Along the way, you will encounter friends and challenges, each teaching you more about your own strength and compassion." With a nod of determination, Leora agreed. Together, they set off along a path that wound through the enchanted forest, the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of the stream guiding their way. As they walked, the forest unfolded around them, revealing wonders Leora had never imagined. Trees with bark of silver and leaves of gold whispered secrets to the wind, while flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals exuding a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. The air was alive with the gentle hum of magic, a symphony that resonated deep within Leora's soul. Their first encounter was with a fox, its fur a rich, russet red, its eyes sharp and intelligent. It approached them with a cautious curiosity, its movements fluid and graceful. "Greetings, travelers," the fox said, its voice smooth and melodious. "I am Fenwick, a guide in this realm. I sense you are new to our world." Leora nodded, introducing herself and Aelith. Fenwick, intrigued by their quest, offered to accompany them. "The path ahead is fraught with mystery and wonder," he warned gently, "but together we are stronger." As they journeyed onward, the trio forged a bond of friendship, each bringing their unique strengths to the group. Leora, with her unyielding curiosity and kindness, Aelith, with her wisdom and gentle guidance, and Fenwick, with his keen instincts and courage. Their path led them to the base of a majestic waterfall, its waters cascading down in a shimmering curtain of silver. Here the air was cool and filled with the invigorating scent of fresh water. It was said that the heart of the hidden realm lay beyond the falls, but the way was guarded by an ancient enchantment. As they pondered how to proceed, a soft, musical voice reached their ears. Turning, they saw a group of small, luminous beings, water sprites, dancing upon the surface of the pool at the waterfall's base. Their laughter was like the tinkling of chimes, and their movements flowed with the grace of the water itself. "Welcome, travelers," sang the sprites, their eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "To pass, you must solve our riddle, for only those who see with their hearts may enter the realm beyond." The sprites presented their riddle with a playful twirl. "In the heart of the forest where time does cease, find the song that brings you peace. Hidden in silence, yet loud and clear, what is the sound that you hold dear?" Leora pondered the words, her mind whirling. She closed her eyes, listening not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle rustle of leaves, the soft babbling of the brook, the sweet melody of birdsong, all these sounds spoke of the forest's tranquility. But deeper still was a sound that resonated within her, a sound that had always brought her peace. Opening her eyes, she smiled at the sprites. "The sound is the beat of my own heart," she answered softly, "for it is in the quiet within myself that I find true peace." The water sprites clapped their tiny hands in delight, their laughter a cascade of joyful notes. "You have answered wisely, dear Leora," they chimed, parting the waters of the waterfall to reveal a hidden passage. With gratitude, Leora and her companions entered the passage, feeling the cool mist of the waterfall brush against their skin. The path led them into a cavern filled with a soft, luminescent glow. Here, the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the gentle hum of magic, a comforting presence that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. In the heart of the cavern stood a great, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age, its branches stretching up to touch the cavern's ceiling. At its base lay a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the tree's grandeur in its still surface. "This is the heart of the hidden realm," Aelith whispered, her voice filled with reverence. "Here, the magic of our world flows strongest." Leora approached the tree, feeling its ancient wisdom resonate within her. She knelt beside the pool, gazing into its depths. As she did, the locket around her neck began to glow, its light mingling with the pool's reflection. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of her journey. The magic of the hidden realm was not just a force to be wielded, but a connection to the world around her and to the depths of her own heart. It was a reminder of the beauty in nature and the strength found in friendship and love. With this realization, the pool shimmered with a soft, radiant light, and the tree's branches stirred as if acknowledging her newfound wisdom. Leora felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle affirmation of her journey and the magic she had embraced. Aelith and Fenwick stood beside her, their eyes filled with pride and joy. "You have found the heart of the magic, dear Leora," Aelith said softly, "and with it you have found the strength within yourself." The journey had changed Leora, not through grand adventures or battles, but through the quiet moments of reflection and the bonds she had formed with her companions. She understood now that true magic lay not in the locket or the wonders of the hidden realm, but in the kindness and love she shared with others. With their quest complete, Leora, Aelith, and Fenwick made their way back through the enchanted forest, their hearts light with the joy of friendship and the magic of newfound understanding. As they emerged into the warm embrace of the sunlit meadow, Leora turned to her companions with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Aelith and Fenwick, for sharing this journey with me," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "It was our honor, dear Leora," Aelith replied, her eyes sparkling with affection. "You have shown us the true meaning of courage and kindness." Fenwick nodded, his tail swishing gently. "The bond we share is the greatest magic of all," he added with a warm smile. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora knew that her journey had only just begun. With the locket as a reminder of the magic within her, she would carry the lessons of the hidden realm in her heart, cherishing the friendships she had made and the wisdom she had gained. And so, with a heart full of love and gratitude, Leora returned to her village, ready to share her newfound magic with the world, knowing that the true strength of the hidden realm lay in the kindness and compassion that bound all living things together. Story 31. In a cozy village, nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a group of woodland creatures who spent their days frolicking amidst the towering trees and babbling brooks. Among them was Willow, a curious young rabbit with a keen eye for details and a heart full of wonder. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find that something peculiar had happened overnight. The once vibrant leaves that adorned the branches now lay scattered across the ground. Their colors faded to a dull gray. Confused, Willow set out to investigate, her fluffy tail twitching with intrigue. As she hopped through the forest, Willow noticed that the same strange occurrence had befallen every tree and shrub. Even the flowers that usually bloomed so vibrantly had wilted, their petals drooping as if they had lost all their joy. Willow's friend Flutter, a cheerful bluebird, fluttered down beside her. "Have you noticed the changes in the forest, Willow?" She chirped worriedly. "It's as if all the color and life have been drained away." Willow nodded, her brow furrowed in thought. "Something strange is afoot, and we must get to the bottom of it," she declared. Together, the two friends set off to gather clues, their sharp eyes peeled for any unusual sights or sounds. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they came across a wise old oak tree whose branches still retained their rich emerald hue. "Greetings, Ancient One," said Willow, dipping her head respectfully. "Can you shed any light on the mystery of the fading forest?" The old oak tree creaked and swayed, as if pondering his response. "Ah, young ones," he rumbled, his voice deep and resonant. "It seems a mischievous spirit has been at work, siphoning the vibrant energy from our woodlands." Willow and Flutter exchanged worried glances. A mischievous spirit? This was indeed a perplexing predicament. Undeterred, the two friends continued their investigation, following a trail of faint, shimmering particles that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. Suddenly, they heard a faint giggling sound, like the tinkling of bells. Peering through the undergrowth, they spotted a tiny, glowing figure darting to and fro, leaving a trail of glittering dust in its wake. It was a mischievous little sprite, no bigger than Willow's paw, with gossamer wings that fluttered rapidly as it zipped about. "That must be the spirit the old oak tree spoke of," whispered Flutter. Willow nodded, her mind racing as she tried to devise a plan. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. She turned to Flutter and whispered her instructions, and the two friends sprang into action. While Willow distracted the sprite with a playful game of chase, Flutter carefully gathered the glittering dust it had left behind, using her wings to funnel it into a small pouch she carried. Finally, the sprite grew tired and flopped down onto a toadstool, panting with exhaustion. Willow seized her chance and approached the little creature with a warm smile. "Hello there, little one," she said gently. "We've noticed some peculiar changes in the forest lately, and we were hoping you could help us understand what's happening." The sprite blinked its large, luminous eyes and giggled mischievously. "I've simply been borrowing a bit of the forest's energy for my own amusement," it admitted, its tiny voice like a tinkling bell. "But I didn't mean any harm," Willow nodded understandingly. "We know you didn't intend to cause trouble, but the forest needs its vibrant energy to thrive," she explained patiently. "Perhaps there's a way we can restore it?" The sprite pondered for a moment, its wings fluttering contemplatively. "Well," it said at last, "if you were to sprinkle the energy dust I've collected back onto the plants and trees, that might just do the trick." With a grateful smile, Willow motioned for Flutter to approach with the pouch of shimmering dust. Carefully, they began sprinkling it over the faded foliage, and to their delight, the vibrant hues slowly began to return. The trees regained their lush green canopies, the flowers bloomed with renewed vigor, and even the mushrooms seemed to glow with a healthy radiance. The forest had been restored to its former glory, all thanks to the clever problem-solving of Willow and her friends. As the last of the shimmering dust settled, the sprite let out a merry laugh. "What a delightful game!" it exclaimed. "I shall have to find a new way to amuse myself that doesn't involve draining the forest's energy." Willow and Flutter shared a relieved smile, their hearts filled with joy at having solved the mystery and restored balance to their beloved woodland home. From that day on, the friends kept a watchful eye on the mischievous sprite, ensuring that its antics remained harmless and entertaining, rather than disruptive. And whenever the forest seemed a little lacking in vibrancy, they knew just how to coax back its radiant beauty. Story 32. In the vast expanse of the universe, amidst swirling nebulae and distant stars, there existed a tiny planet named Lumina. Its surface shimmered like a sea of diamonds, adorned with flora that glowed softly in hues of lavender and teal. Here lived a gentle species known as the Glimmers, beings of light, who communicated through harmonious melodies that resonated through the air like a gentle breeze. One such glimmer, known as Leora, was a curious soul with a heart that pulsed in tune with the rhythm of the planet. She spent her days exploring the luminous meadows, her trails leaving behind a faint glimmer that lingered like stardust in the night sky. Leora had always been fascinated by the stories of other worlds, tales whispered by the elders about the distant stars. Far across the galaxy, on a planet named Cinderrock, lived a race of sturdy beings called the Tectans. Their planet was a rugged landscape of towering cliffs and deep caverns where fiery geysers erupted in choreographed dances. Zorak, a young Tecton with a heart as warm as the molten rivers of his homeland, often dreamt of adventures beyond his rocky world. One day, as fate would have it, a rare celestial event aligned Lumina and Cinderrock, creating a bridge of shimmering light between the two planets. Leora, ever the adventurer, decided to follow the path of light, her heart filled with wonder and excitement. On the other side, Zorak, driven by the same curiosity, embarked on his own journey along the bridge. their paths converged amidst a swirling cosmic dance of light and shadow. At first, they observed each other from a distance, both intrigued and cautious. Leora's form glowed softly, her movements graceful and fluid. Zorak's silhouette was solid and robust, his presence grounding and steady. Yet, their initial meeting was marred by misunderstanding. Leora's attempts to communicate through song were met with silence, as the Tectons had no ears for melody. Zorak, in turn, tried to convey warmth through gestures of friendship, which Leora did not immediately comprehend, accustomed as she was to expressions of light. Despite these challenges, they were united by a shared desire to explore the unknown. As they journeyed together across the Bridge of Light, they encountered cosmic storms that swirled with chaotic energy. In these moments, they discovered each other's strengths. Leora, with her luminous presence, could calm the raging tempests with her soothing glow, while Zorak's sturdy form provided shelter and stability. With each shared challenge, the bond between them grew stronger. They learned to appreciate the differences that once seemed insurmountable. Leora discovered that Zorak's gestures were a language of their own, a dance of the hands that spoke volumes. Zorak, in turn, began to feel the vibrations of Leora's songs, sensing their warmth and intention even without hearing. One evening, as they rested beneath an expanse of stars, Leora began to weave a tapestry of light in the sky. Slowly, she crafted an image of Cinderock, capturing its rugged beauty in delicate strands of brilliance. Zorak watched in awe, moved by the understanding and respect Leora showed for his home. In return, Zorak gathered stones from the bridge, arranging them in a circle that mirrored the gentle glow of lumina. As he worked, he hummed a deep, resonant note, a sound that vibrated through the stones and into the air, creating a harmony that enveloped them both. In that moment, they realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not about speaking the same language or sharing the same experiences, but about listening with the heart and seeing with the soul. Through their differences, they had forged a connection that transcended words and worlds. As their journey came to an end, they reached the center of the bridge, where the light was brightest, and the views of both their worlds unfolded like a cosmic symphony. Here, they promised to carry the lessons they had learned back to their own people, lessons of acceptance, understanding, and the beautiful strength found in diversity. When the celestial alignment faded and the Bridge of Light began to dissolve, Leora and Zorak shared a final moment, a silent promise of eternal friendship. As they returned to their respective planets, they looked back, knowing that the universe had gifted them a bond that would shine across the stars. And so, under the watchful eyes of the myriad constellations, two worlds were forever changed by the unlikely companionship of a glimmer and a Tectan. Their story became a beacon, a reminder that in the vast tapestry of the cosmos, the most precious treasures are found in the hearts of those who dare to embrace the unknown. Story 33. In a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and blossoming meadows, there lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always felt a deep connection with the seasons, each one whispering secrets of change and growth. Yet, despite her love for nature's cycles, she found herself uneasily anchored in her own life, reluctant to embrace the changes she knew were necessary. Lyra lived in a charming cottage at the edge of the village, where the forest began its gentle embrace. Her days were filled with tending to her vibrant garden, where flowers of every hue danced in the breeze, and her nights were spent listening to the symphony of crickets and owls under a blanket of stars. Though she adored the beauty around her, she often felt a stir, a longing for something more, something different. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like whispers from the trees, Lyra decided to take a walk deeper into the forest than she'd ever ventured before. The air was cool and filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the path was soft beneath her feet, covered in a carpet of freshly fallen leaves. As she wandered further, she stumbled upon a glen she had never seen, a circle of ancient oak trees whose branches seemed to reach out and touch the sky. In the center of the glen stood a peculiar mirror, framed in twisting vines and leaves that seemed to glimmer with an inner light. Intrigued, Lyra stepped closer. The mirror's surface was not of glass, but of water, as still and clear as a mountain spring. As Lyra gazed into the water, her reflection began to shift. The image showed her not as she was, but as she could be, radiant and strong, surrounded by a swirl of colors and light. Startled, she stepped back, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. It was as if the mirror had seen into her very soul, reflecting not just her outer self, but the potential within her to grow and transform. Lost in thought, she was gently brought back to the present by the rustling of leaves. Turning, she saw a wise old fox watching her from the edge of the glen. His fur was a deep russet, with eyes that gleamed with intelligence and kindness. He approached her slowly, his movements fluid and graceful. "Do not fear what you see," the fox said, his voice soft and soothing, like the murmur of the forest itself. "The mirror shows not just who you are, but who you might become. Change, my dear Lyra, is the essence of life. It is how we grow, how we learn, how we find our true selves." Lyra felt a warmth spread through her chest, the fox's words resonating with something deep inside her. Yet, she was still uncertain. "But what if I'm not ready?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The fox gave a gentle nod, his eyes understanding. "Readiness comes with time and with courage. You are not alone in this journey. Look around you. Every tree, every flower, every creature here has embraced change. They have become more than they were, and so too can you." With that, the fox turned and disappeared back into the forest, leaving Lyra alone with her thoughts and the mirror's vision. She sat down on the soft grass, her mind a whirl of emotions and possibilities. The forest around her seemed to hum with life, each rustling leaf and chirping bird a reminder of the vibrant world she was a part of. As the days turned to weeks, Lyra found herself returning to the glen often, seeking solace and inspiration from the mirror and the wise old fox, who would appear from time to time with gentle words of encouragement. She began to notice changes within herself, a newfound confidence, a willingness to step beyond the boundaries she had set for herself. One day, as winter's breath kissed the air and the first snowflakes began to drift lazily down, Lyra returned to the glen with a sense of anticipation. The mirror in the glen shimmered even in the dim winter light, its watery surface dancing with reflections of snow and sky. Standing before it, Lyra saw her reflection once more. This time, the image showed her not just surrounded by light, but with wings of brilliant, iridescent feathers, an embodiment of her potential, her spirit ready to soar. Taking a deep breath, Lyra reached out and touched the surface of the mirror. As her fingers brushed against it, the water rippled, and she felt a tingling warmth spread through her body. In that moment, she understood that the transformation she sought was not something to be waited for, but something to be embraced, nurtured within her heart. With a newfound resolve, Lyra left the glen, her steps light and sure. She returned to her cottage, the world around her suddenly seeming brighter, more alive. Her garden, now blanketed in snow, held the promise of spring's renewal, much like the promise she now held within herself. Throughout the winter, Lyra worked on small changes, stepping out of her comfort zone, trying new things, and connecting more deeply with the people in her village. She found joy in the simple acts of kindness and in the friendships she nurtured, each one a thread weaving the tapestry of her life. As spring unfurled its vibrant colors and the village awoke with the songs of returning birds, Lyra felt a sense of peace and fulfillment she had never known before. She stood in her garden, the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and reflected on all she had learned. The wise old fox had been right. Change was not something to fear. It was a journey, a dance of becoming that allowed her to grow into a version of herself she had only glimpsed in the mirror. She understood now that the magic of transformation lay not in the mirror itself, but in the choices she made, the courage she found, and the friendships that supported her along the way. With a contented sigh, Lyra sat down on the porch of her cottage, a cup of warm tea in her hands, and watched as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. She smiled, knowing that she was exactly where she needed to be, and that the future, with all its possibilities, was a gift waiting to be discovered. And in the gentle embrace of the evening, Lyra felt the warmth of the world around her, the echo of the forest's song, and the quiet strength that had blossomed within her heart. Story 34. Once upon a time, in a quaint village tucked between rolling hills and whispering forests, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was as golden as the sunflowers that danced in the meadows, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Lila had a heart full of dreams and a mind eager for adventure, yet her world had always been confined to the familiar paths and cozy corners of her village. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila set out on a journey beyond the village. She had heard tales of the enchanted glade, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary, where the air shimmered with magic, and wonders awaited those brave enough to seek them. Lila followed a winding path through the forest, where the trees formed an archway above her, their leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. The air was a symphony of birdsong, and the earthy scent of pine mingled with the sweet aroma of wildflowers. Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation, but she knew she must press on. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the path disappeared beneath a carpet of soft moss, and the trees gave way to a clearing bathed in ethereal light. It was the enchanted glade. The air here seemed to sparkle, and the sunlight danced upon the leaves like tiny, golden fairies. In the center of the glade stood a shimmering pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the azure sky and fluffy clouds above. Lila approached the pond, her reflection gazing back at her with wide-eyed wonder. As she knelt by the water's edge, she noticed tiny ripples spreading across the surface. From within the depths, a gentle voice whispered, "Welcome, brave traveler." Startled, Lila looked around to find the source of the voice, but she saw no one. Then, from the pond emerged a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a water sprite, its form delicate and translucent, like a sculpture carved from moonlight. Its eyes were deep pools of blue, filled with kindness and wisdom. "Fear not," said the sprite, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am the guardian of this glade. You have shown courage by venturing here, and for that you are welcome." Lila felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging in this magical place. "I've always dreamed of exploring beyond my village," she confessed, "but I never imagined I'd find something so wondrous." The sprite nodded, ripples of light dancing across its form. "In every corner of the world there are wonders waiting to be discovered. All it takes is a brave heart and an open mind." As Lila listened, she noticed a gentle rustling in the bushes. From the foliage emerged a curious creature with fur as soft as clouds and eyes that twinkled mischievously. It was a fluffkin, a creature known for its playful nature and love of adventure. "Come play with me," chirped the fluffkin, hopping from foot to foot in a merry dance. Lila couldn't help but laugh, her worries melting away like morning dew. Together they played beneath the dappled light, skipping stones across the pond and chasing sunbeams. With each new game, Lila felt her confidence grow, her laughter echoing through the glade like a melody. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, Lila knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to the fluffkin and turned to the water sprite, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you for showing me this magical place," she said. "I'll carry this memory with me always." The sprite smiled, a soft glow emanating from its heart. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of mysteries and magic. All you need is the courage to explore." With those words, Lila began her journey back to the village. The path seemed shorter now, the forest more familiar, as if it had accepted her as part of its story. As she walked, she felt a newfound courage blossoming within her, a promise to seek out the wonders of the world, no matter where they might be hidden. And so, under the canopy of stars that watched over her, Lila returned home, her heart light and her spirit alight with the magic of the enchanted glade. She knew that with courage and curiosity, any journey was possible, and every adventure would lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And thus, with dreams of future explorations, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with shimmering ponds and playful fluffkins, awaiting another day of adventure. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped, "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow. With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 37. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it. the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Story 38. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his wind-swept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 39. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye, a small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye. A small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the Curious Corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. Story 40. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. and whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 41. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village, lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 42. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 43. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled. his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued. There was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored. Pippa's eyes widened in awe. How did they do it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. They listened to the forest, Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us. As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. Remember, little one, he said, the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come. With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 44. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. Berwin, she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds. Why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain? Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself, he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together. He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep. Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. But how do we keep this balance, Berwin? Through respect and care, my dear, Berwin replied. Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us. As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Story 45. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 46. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter. Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble? The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months. With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 47. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. and under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 48. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willow, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Leela returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 49. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the enchanted glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 50. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 51. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the enchanted grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the enchanted grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, The Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 52. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebirds sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 53. Once upon a time, Nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Story 55. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lucarians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lucarian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lucarian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lucarian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Faronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 56. Story 56. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the Pendant of Verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the glade of whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the whispering woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the whispering locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the whispering locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the whispering woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 59. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow. Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way. With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 60. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. 61. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony. With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the Zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 62. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. "In those days," continued Elder Mossback, "there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter," Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places." The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the seasons' circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Story 63. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Elderglen, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods, her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, Keeper of the Light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have found the Lantern of Kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do with it?" she inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. "Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams," the voice answered. "But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer." With that, the voice faded away, leaving Lila alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The Whispering Woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the Whispering Woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the Whispering Woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance, passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The Whispering Woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The Whispering Woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. Story 64. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 65. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the whispering woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 66. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 67. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Teros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 68. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 69. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Maren stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Maren," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Maren smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Maren returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Maren continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Maren lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Story 70? In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. Your kindness is a beacon in this storm. You've been a wonderful friend, Kor, Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. Together, we can weather any storm. As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor, Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. And you in mine, Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars. With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Story 71. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come. of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young Dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Stories of Two. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 73. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle." Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against, but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Story 74. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. a journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell. Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 75. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They, too, were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 76. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 77. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 78. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn. Love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99.